Assalamualaikum everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I'd like to test my voice ya. Bu Arina, apa kabar?
Baik, Bu Dini.
Alhamdulillah.
Bu Dini baik juga kan?
Alhamdulillah.
Ya, saya ikut tes juga ini.
Ya, saya sedang coba silakan untuk yang lain untuk mencoba suaranya.
Iya. Ini lagi saya coba supaya cahayanya pas.
Gimana?
Halo. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Could you please to help me to rename?
Selamat datang Ibu Hamidah, Wakil Rektor 3 UIN Raden Fatah.
Makasih.
Iya. Reni, oke. Nanti Reni kasih background untuk elit Raden Fatah ya Bu ya.
Iya, iya, oke.
Assalamualaikum Ibu Hamidah, selamat ya jadi WR3.
Makasih. Waalaikumsalam.
Walaupun terlambat.
Better late than never orang ya.
Semoga UIN bertambah baik ya ke depannya.
Amin, amin.
Amin.
Halo, ditutup videonya dulu boleh Bu? Ibu silang videonya. Oke. Terus ini apa nih? Di setting Bu ya, Ibu buka setting.
Assalamualaikum Ibu Ketua. Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu semuanya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So happy to see you all today in a very wonderful morning. And so everyone are ready for the opening ceremony. So it seems like everyone.
Happy to see you too.
Alhamdulillah Ibu. Okay. So I do hope everyone are in a well conditions this morning. So everyone's are ready with presentations and also meeting the other scholars from different universities. Di sini sudah ada Mbak Eva Nikmatul, hanya ada Ibu Suli dari UNP Kediri, terus ada ketua kita Ibu Reni, ada Mbak Novita, ada Mbak Resi dari Banten ya, kemudian ada Mbak Daisy. Wah, Mbak Daisy, you already been here. Ada Mas Hamida, oke. Oh, Mbak Hamida, oke. Ada Mas Ignatius, oke. Mbak Zudia, ada Ibu Fahriani, Ibu. And then we also have our moderator here, Ibu Dini Irawati. Ada Pak Iksan. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to share screen. So I would like to welcome everyone here in our 8th International Conference. So welcome all keynote speakers, invited speakers, conference presenters, and also conference participants. Okay, Bapak Ibu. So before we go on, I'd like to show you a video. This one. It's all about ELIT. ELIT is an association for English lectures and also English department all over Indonesia, that the members are not merely for the university under the Ministry of Religious Affairs, but everyone who are having same passion to develop education. So all of you are welcome to join these associations. These are our journey in a different conference. Can you see the video, Bapak Ibu?
I just can see the slide, not video.
Oh, just see the slide. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check. Thank you for allowing me to know. But can you hear the voice, Bapak Ibu?
Okay, good.
How about the video voice? Did you hear the voice?
Yes, clear.
Okay, great. The audio is clear, yeah? Great. Okay. Okay, let me check the video setting first. All right. How about this one? Can you see the video? Can you watch the video, Bapak Ibu?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Only screen show us.
Okay. Good.
Give it a moment. No sound. Mas Afif, no, there's
Yeah.
no,
No sounds at all?
no, there's no sound at all.
No sound, Mas Afif.
Yeah.
Do you mind to?
This is Bureni in control.
There is no sound.
No sound.
There is no sound. This was
Okay.
Mr. Afif.
Okay, we are still checking.
Sambil menunggu Bapak Ibu, tadi kita tes share screen, boleh minta namanya di rename, nama panggilan dan juga asosiasinya dari mana. Misal saya akan rename nama saya Reni dari Elit Palembang. Bapak Ibu mungkin kalau belum menjadi anggota elit, Bapak boleh tuliskan nama, kemudian menuliskan institusinya boleh. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Silakan dicoba untuk rename namanya. Jadi nanti pada saat kita tampil, oh ini Ibu Zuhdiah dari UIN Raden Fatah, Dekan Fakultas Psikologi. Oh ini Ibu Fahriani Elit Jakarta yang akan menjadi invited speaker kita pada hari ini. Oh ini Mas Abdul Ghafur yang merupakan elit ganteng kita ya. Oke, silakan Bapak Ibu sambil kita menunggu video tadi yang sudah lewat tapi suaranya belum tampil. Bapak Ibu silakan rename namanya, diklik di nama Bapak Ibu. Ya, diklik di namanya, kemudian boleh nama panggilan dan tuliskan dari institusi mana dan mungkin kota mana. Karena mungkin kita ada yang sudah saling kenal seperti tadi Ibu WR3 UIN Raden Fatah sudah berjumpa dengan reuni dengan temannya. Oke. Terima kasih Mas Afif sudah menampilkan video tentang elit. Jadi sebelum kita mulai, Bapak Ibu akan mengenal apa itu elit. Terima kasih Mas Afif.
Mohon maaf Bu Reni, di participants-nya itu tidak ada pilihan rename. There is no rename options in participants, Bu Reni.
Welcome to Mr. Willy. Good morning, Mr. Willy.
Hi, good morning. Can I try my audio and my video, please?
Okay.
My sound okay? Is my sound clear?
Here we go.
Your audio is very clear.
Everybody.
Audio is very clear?
Very clear, Prof.
Very
Willy.
clear.
Very good. Let me try my screen. Let me see if my slides look okay.
Sure. Great.
Wow.
Okay. Can technology enhance second language learning? Perfect, sir.
Sure. So perfect, sir.
So Bapak Ibu, please welcome our one of the keynote speaker here, Prof. Willy A. Renandia from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Welcome, Prof.
Oh man, I'm so lazy.
Just give me 1 second. I need to.
Anything I can help you, Prof?
No, I'm okay. I just need to resize my PowerPoint slides so that I can see the faces of the participants on my screen as well. Is my PowerPoint slide big enough for you to see?
It's quite big for this page, I think.
Okay, very good.
So we are proudly announced, Prof. So we have about 125 presenters in this conference.
Wow, that's a lot.
So they will enjoy your presentations this morning.
I hope so.
Good morning, Pak Willy. I'm Dewi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Pak Willy Renandia.
Morning.
So we have here Ibu Lika as the president of Elite.
Oh, Bu Lika, yes, I think I know Bu Lika.
How are you, Pak Willy Renandia?
I'm good. You are the person behind this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And with a great team of committee who handle this, Pak Willy Renandia.
Yes, I met you a few years ago. Was it in Surabaya or in Malang?
In Surabaya, sir.
In Surabaya. Yeah.
That's right.
So this conference is organized by which university, which organization?
This year is organized by WIN Palembang, Raden Fatah Palembang.
Oh, I see, Palembang. Okay.
That's right. We have proposed to have you in our conference since the first conference. Up to now, the 8th conference.
Oh, okay. That was like 8 years ago.
Yes, 8 years ago. And thank you so much.
So this is for your conference is intended for WIN faculty members only, or
no?
Or is it open to the public?
That's right. And even the members of Elite Association is also from all universities, either Ministry of Religion Affairs or either the Ristek Dikti or Research or Higher Education.
I see.
Both of them,
yeah. Is Devi here today? Devi?
Yes, I'm here.
I haven't seen you yet. Oh, there you go. Yes. Devi. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Devi, you're studying at the moment in Sydney?
Yes, Baba. Doing a PhD in University of Technology Sydney, Australia.
Oh, okay. UT University of Tech, US.
UTS,
UTS.
UTS, yes.
UTS, yes. I know UTS. Yeah, it's a very good university.
Nice.
Yeah. So at what stage are you now?
I'm now doing the online fieldwork, so I can't do much like doing the fieldwork face-to-face and everything like back home, doing things like this.
So you're still doing coursework, or?
No, it's full research. So now I'm doing the online fieldwork, so taking the data collection.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
so
remotely
you are
and
now,
virtually. Yes, challenging for me to do this.
I see. Okay, but you are now in Australia or in Indonesia?
In Australia, sir.
You're in Australia, and you need to collect data from people
Australia.
in Indonesia.
Yes. I have 6 universities.
That can be a little bit challenging. Yeah.
Yes, challenging. Taking care of people like from the distance.
Yeah. What is your research on?
I'm trying to investigate the teacher designs of blended and online learning.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
would
that's
like
a
to
nice
see,
topic. Yeah.
Yeah. Would like to see how they manage the design, which is like now is COVID everywhere. Now people doing online.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
That's
Yes,
the good thing. I know.
yes,
Sorry,
very
it's
good.
not the good thing.
Yes. So
COVID is not the good thing. Okay.
So after my presentation, please give your comments whether or not the ideas I presented are applicable in a blended learning environment nowadays.
Yeah.
So that's part of your job as well as a moderator today.
Yes. Sure. I will.
Bulika?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Bulika, during my presentation,
yes, sir.
Can you please have your audio on?
Yes.
Yes, please. I am going to ask you a couple of questions during my presentation.
Okay.
Very easy questions, just yes, no questions. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I will also ask Devi some questions as well.
Yes.
I hope I can answer the question, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's a very easy question. It's a yes or no, basically.
Yes, sir.
Or choose one of the 3 answers, that sort of thing.
Okay, sir.
Very easy.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but if you want more difficult questions, you just let me know.
Sir, when you say that I have to answer the question, starting from now, I have felt nervous, sir.
Is that a prize to answer the question?
Yes.
Pak Willy Renandia.
Yeah.
We have totally about 200 presenters and participants today, sir.
Oh, that's nice. Yes.
And thank you because Prof. Willy Renandia is the attraction for all the participants and presenters to join our conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Yes. I hope they're all here this morning. I can see there are 90 people in the meeting room at the moment.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, hopefully more will be joining us soon.
Yes.
Yes. Some of them are also joining from YouTube, sir. We also broadcast it in YouTube.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes. YouTube is a nice way of attracting a lot of people to join the conference.
That's right. We will start at 7. We will start after this around now.
Oh, it's 5:02.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So the 3 minutes ahead, we're going to start our opening ceremony.
Yes.
In 5 minutes or now?
Yes. No feeling.
In 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me just get some water before we
Yes.
begin.
Yes.
For sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Bapak Ibu.
Ya, Ibu.
Bu Dewi, udah siap ya, Bu Dewi? Terima kasih, Bu Dewi. Halo, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semua.
Selamat pagi semuanya.
Pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Luar biasa, terima kasih Bapak Ibu telah hadir di sini untuk mengikuti pembukaan. Mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu sehat selalu.
Amin.
Amin.
Dimudahkan untuk dan dilancarkan, disukseskan untuk semua presentasinya hari ini.
Amin.
Halo Pak Alek, apa kabar?
Halo, pagi. Ibu Lika sepertinya semangat sekali dan cerah ceria pagi ini dengan izin Allah. Sehat,
Bapak Ibu, saya ingin memperkenalkan ini Bapak Dr. Alek, Wakil Ketua Elit Asosiasi Bapak Ibu dari UIN Syarif Hidayatullah. Apa kabar Pak Alek?
Kabar baik, alhamdulillah, sehat walafiat, sehat.
Terima kasih.
Alhamdulillah.
Bu Dewi dari Australia sudah standby. Terima kasih Bu Dewi.
Ya, Bu.
Oke. Mas Afif, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan sebelum kita mulai, Mas, berkenaan dengan keanggotaan elit. Silakan, Mas Afif.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, senang bertemu dengan Bapak Ibu semuanya. Bapak Ibu, acara conference ini dilaksanakan oleh kerjasama antara Elite Associations dengan UIN Raden Fatah. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kalau di sini lihat di logonya Pak Alek ini ada Elite ini Bapak Ibu. Jadi Elite ini adalah asosiasi dosen dan jurusan bahasa Inggris Indonesia. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu berkenan untuk bergabung, bisa langsung ke website kita di www.elitptki.com. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa langsung menuju ke websitenya. Dan di sini Bapak Ibu akan bertemu dengan banyak sekali scholars dari seluruh dunia. Seperti yang kita lihat di sini ada Prof. Willy, ada Pak David Perodin dan yang lainnya juga dari berbagai disiplin ilmu dan tidak hanya terbatas oleh disiplin ilmu bahasa Inggris Bapak Ibu. Yang dari bahasa Arab ataupun ilmu pendidikan yang lainnya. We are welcome to invite you to join our elite associations Bapak Ibu. Jadi kami ingin menunjukkan sejenak video perjalanan elit kita.
Kemana?
Karena rumpul di situ. Jadi nyata nggak? Jauh dari rute nak. Jauh. Ayo mandi lagi.
Mampu hilangkan wajahmu di hatiku meski malam mengganggu, hilangkan senyummu di mataku, ku sadari aku cinta padamu.
Bapak Ibu yang bisa bernyanyi, please let's sing together, please.
Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu.
Bapak Ibu yang bisa bernyanyi, let's sing together. Dinyalakan audionya.
Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik.
Pak Alex mana suaranya, Pak?
Ya, akan segera diisi.
Luar biasa suaranya Bapak Ibu. Jadi agak dibesarkan volumenya.
Di hati.
Volumenya besarkan lagi. Volumenya dibesarkan, Mas.
Oh, siap.
Setiap waktu ku sadari
Suaranya mana Bapak Ibu yang keras?
Yang keras Bapak Ibu.
Ayo Bu Reni.
Bukan suaranya.
Cintaku terbaik untukmu meski bukan tapi cintaku pertama.
Wow, luar biasa. Besarkan lagi volumenya, Mas. Mas Afif, volumenya besarkan lagi. Ya Allah. Mari nyanyi bersama.
Meskiku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik. Ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Oh, meskiku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Tapi cintaku yang
Tepuk tangan, big applause buat Bapak Ibu.
Mantap.
Mari silakan dimulai Mas Afif. Terima kasih Mas Afif.
Thank you.
Okay. So everyone here are having a very wonderful voice. So we are ready for having the opening ceremony this morning. Okay, so before we go ahead, so please give applause for all singers. Okay, great. So the next agenda will be the opening ceremony. So I'd like to call Ibu Arina. Ibu Arina.
Yes, Mas Afif.
Okay. So the program will be led by Ibu Arina.
Okay, thank you, Mas Afif. Honorable Vice Rector Sri Win Raden Fatah Palembang, Ibu Dr. Hamidah. Honorable the President of Elite Association Indonesia, Dr. Hajah Liga Raskova Okta Berlina, MED. Honorable the Chief of the 8th Elite International Conference 2020, Hajah Reni Kurniasari, MBD. The Honorable the keynote speakers of the 8th Elite International 2020. Here we have Prof. Willy Renandia from Singapore, Prof. John Mason from Australia, Sultan Gregory Stover from USA, Dr. Kumawang Jati from Indonesia, Ismail Suartiweke, PhD from Indonesia. And then Honorable the invited speakers of the 8th Elite International Conference 2020. Here we have Dr. Alek MBD from UIN Sarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Dr. Fahriani MBD from UIN Sarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Amalia Hasanah Palembang, Dr. Teguh Zulfikar MED from UIN Araniri Aceh, and then Dr. Abdurrahman Usman, SMBD from IAIN Ternate. Respectable and all respectable audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express the genuine gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing and mercy so that today we can carry out the 8th Elite International Conference 2020 with a grand theme, Technology Enhanced ELT in the Post-Pandemic Era. Secondly, I'd like to welcome to the conference to all the speakers. This year conference is very special. Not only it is held in the pandemic situation so that we have to conduct it virtually, but also this conference is the collaborations of the committees from many universities all over Indonesia. Opening ceremony, so let us listen to the recital of the Holy Quran. And I would like to call upon Iis Solihat from Islamic Education Department, UIN Banten, for reciting the verses. Well, the time is yours.
Minasyaitonir rajim. Assalamualaikum.
No sounds?
No sound, Mas Afif. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iqra bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq. Khalaqal insana min 'alaq. Iqra wa rabbukal akramu alladzi 'allama bil qalam. 'Allamal insana ma lam ya'lam. Sadaqallahul azim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the recital. Next, I would like to invite the Chief of the 8th Elite International Conference 2020 to present her welcoming speech. Please welcome Ibu Reni Kurniasari.
Baiklah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Today, all of us in a good condition for having the 8th Elite International Conference. As the chair of the 8th Elite International Conference Online 2020, I have the honor to welcome you all on the behalf of Elite Association. Elite Association is English lecturer of Islamic higher education within the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. This year is a special conference of Elite Associations. Since this association was established as a forum to facilitate the lecturers to establish communication and collaboration among them in contributing to educational institutions, policymakers, and the community. Elite hold online conference entitled Technology Enhanced ELT in the Post-Pandemic Era. We hope this conference give beneficial contribution for English education, linguistic, literature during pandemic COVID-19. And finally, I would like to conclude and saying thank you all in the name of Elite Association for this successful enlightening conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Reni, for the warm welcome. We are really excited with the conference. Well, next, I would like to invite the Vice Rector 3 of UIN Raden Fatah, Ibu Dr. Hamidah, to deliver the welcoming speech. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Hamidah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbis rahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. On behalf of Rector UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, we have the honor this year to welcome rectors and vices of PTKIN, President of Elite Ibu Dr. Hajah Like Raskopa Oktoberilana MED, all keynote speaker, Mr. Willy R. Renaldi from Nanyang Technology University, National Institute of Education, Singapore, and then Mr. John Mason from College of Education, Charles Darwin University, Australia, and then Mr. Gumawang Jati from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, Sultan Gregory Stover from Birmingham State University, United States America, and Mr. Ismail Wike from State Institute for Islamic Studies of Sorong, Indonesia. All invited speakers, presenters, and participants of this conference, the 8th Elite International Conference 2020. As we know that Elite is an association of English lecturers of Islamic higher education within the Ministry of Religious Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. This organization was established as a forum of facility for the lecturers to establish communications and collaborations among them in contributing to educational institution. Policymakers, especially in the field of education and the community. In this brief welcome speech, I would like to conclude that by thanking our community for your strong support and by encouraging all presenters and participants in this conference, have great discussion in the spirit of collaboration and with a willingness to listen to and respect. Palembang, 23rd of August 2020, on behalf of Rector Winraden Fatah Palembang, Professor Dr. Hajanyayu Khadijah SAG MSI. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Hamidah, for your inspiring speech. For your information, this year virtual conference is hosted by UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. And once again, thank you to Ibu Hamidah for the total support in hosting this conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us have the welcoming as well as opening speech from the President of Elite Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Hajah Lika Raskova Okta Berlina.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
To the honored keynote and invited speakers and the Honorable Rector of Raden Fatah Palembang, which is presented by Ibu Dr. Hamidah, and the honored presenters and participants, on behalf of Elite Association, I'd like to welcome more than 200 outstanding speakers and participants who will transmit ideas to solve the global academic problems about the technology-enhanced English language teaching in post-pandemic era. In this special occasion, allow me to express my highest gratitude to the plenary speakers, to Professor Willy Renandia, thank you so much, sir, from Singapore, and to Professor John Mason from Australia, to Dr. Sultan Stover from United States, to Dr. Gumawang Jati from Indonesia, and to Dr. Ismail Waker from Indonesia. And also, I would like to say thank you so much to our invited speakers, Dr. Alex from UIN Jakarta, Ibu Amalia Hasanah, PhD from UIN Palembang, Dr. Fahriani from UIN Jakarta, Dr. Teuku Zulfikar from UIN Aceh, and Dr. Abdurrahman from IAI Alternative. Thank you so much for your willingness to academically enlighten this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you to Ibu Dr. Hamidah as the Vice Secretary for Cooperation and International Affairs of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang for the tremendous support to make this conference done successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, special gratitude is dedicated to Ibu Reni Kurniasari and her irreplaceable team of committee that I'm very proud of, who have shown their persistent effort and countless sacrifice to make this big dream magically come true. Thank you, Ibu Reni. The last but most important thing is I would like to say thank you to Elite boards, Elite members, and great Elite presenters and participants today for your incomparable contribution to make this Elite conference not only successful but beyond our expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, the final remark is we are aware that how the world has drastically changed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, by working hand in hand in formulating dynamic ELC development will be a huge blessing in disguise that are assembled in this Elite International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am the President of Elite officially open the whole program of Elite International Conference 2020. Thank you, Bapak Ibu, and have a nice conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Lika, for the motivating speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have completed the opening ceremony, I would like to say thank you for your kind attention and participation. And then please be ready for the first plenary session with Pak Willy and Elite Salatiga. Okay, well, please welcome Pak Willy and Ibu Dewi for the first plenary session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Ibu Arina. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Greetings from Sydney. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the program. I am Dewi, Elite Salatiga. It is my pleasure to be the moderator of this session. I would like to inform you some announcements of the conference. Pak Willy will present his ideas for 14 minutes, and there will be a live Q&A during his talk, and we will discuss all the questions for 17 minutes after his talk. So any question related to his speech, please kindly text the question in the chat room, and don't forget to inform your name and affiliation. And last but not least, the committee provide the same link for the attendance list and certificate that we will inform that in the closing ceremony tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to our keynote speaker, Professor Willy Renanya, famous for his nickname Pak Willy. He graduated with a Bachelor of TEFL and Master of TEFL in 1982 and another Master of TESOL in 1989 from the University of Hawaii, Manoa, USA, and Doctors of Educational Psychology in 1983 from another American university, University of Wisconsin Madison. And I was surprised that Pak Willy started his early career as an English lecturer back then in 1982 in my hometown, Semarang. And he used to be the head of the Teacher Language Department Center of the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And he is currently now the principal lecturer in the same affiliation that I have mentioned to you. He wrote many academic papers and books and have been invited as the keynote speaker in highly recognized international conferences. Some significant of his publications are Methodology in Language Teaching, an anthology of current practices, which have been cited by more than 4,500 something people. And then Exploring Teachers' Belief and Processes of Change have been cited by 430 people. And the last paper is Teacher, the type is too fast, extensive listening in ELT, has been cited by 289 people. It's not that good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pak Willy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bu Dewi. And thank you, Bu Lika. Both of you, please have your audio on. I'm going to ask you a few questions during my presentation. Let me first begin by, again, thanking Ibu Lika and also Win Raden Patah for having me this morning. It's really a big honor for me to share one or two things about language learning, about the use of technology in language teaching. Okay, I'm going to start by giving you a quiz. I'm going to show you some countries now in the region, countries in Asia. Not all of them, but some of the countries in Asia. And I want you to tell me which of the countries here, we've got here Korea, Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, and other countries, where would you put Indonesia on the proficiency scale? Is it number 1, number 10, or number 100? Pulika, yes, what is your best guess? Where is Indonesia? Yes, Indonesia is there on my screen, but in terms of the English language proficiency of its population. Now this refers to high school students, university students, teachers, and all that. Number 1? Number 10?
Indonesia will be
Could be number 5 or 6.
Okay, good guess. Number 5. Okay, let's see here. There you go. This was reported by the Jakarta Globe. Indonesia is falling behind Vietnam in English proficiency. Okay, Vietnam started its national development in 1970s, mid-1970s. Indonesia started much earlier. And yet, Vietnam is ahead of us in terms of English language proficiency. Here is the results of a survey that was done by by EF English First. Annually, they report the English language proficiency of people in different countries in the world. So Indonesia is number 8, and that's not too bad. At least Indonesia is slightly higher than Taiwan and also Japan. So that is something for you to be happy about. But number 8 is not really wonderful. If you look at your students, if you look at people around you, I think you will be, you will agree with me that many of our students can, in fact, do better. I think we can do better. And that is the message that I want to get across today, that we can do a better job as a teacher, and the students also can do a better job as learners of English. Language learning, let me share this with you. It's a big secret for everyone there. Language learning is not difficult. If your students say that language learning is difficult, maybe it's because of us, you and me. Maybe it's because we are not doing a good job. Maybe we have not been able to provide sufficient information, strategies and tricks and things like that to help our students acquire the English language. Okay, now here is something that we need to be aware of. For many, many years, we've been trying to find the best methods, yeah? And maybe we have tried, some of these best methods in our teaching. And yet the results are still not very satisfactory. And we have also tried many different innovative ways of teaching language in the classroom, using different types of strategies, using different types of pedagogies, and yet the results are still not very satisfactory. We have also tried this. Every 10 years or so, we introduce a new curriculum. And very often also, the government and also institutions organize, training and retraining of our English teachers. And yet the results are, it doesn't really change a lot in terms of the helping our students improve on their English language proficiency. And these days we are trying even to introduce 21st century skills like critical pedagogy and also creative, teaching methods and things like that. And the results are still not very happy, not very satisfactory, I would say. And how about technology? And that's the main topic of our discussion today. How about technology? Do you think technology will solve our problems? Budika?
Yes, Pak.
Yes. Do you think technology will solve our problems? Do you think with technology we can help our students to develop a higher level of proficiency in the English language? Yes, no?
Some extent only, not 100%.
Not 100%. Okay, 50%?
50%.
50%. Yes. Okay. I think you have seen reports like this from the newspapers, from academia, from researchers. They've been trying to answer this question, whether and to what extent technology can actually help us improve the quality of our teaching, eventually improve the proficiency level of our students. Hundreds of studies there, and I'm going to share one or two of you today. And you will find words like this. You will find that these studies often report results like this. Yes, technology can support language learning. I like the word support. Yeah, bisa mendukung, bisa membantu. It can enhance language learning. It can even transform language learning. Transform means you can do things in a way that is completely different from what we used to do in the classroom before technology. Keep this in mind, yeah? Support language learning, enhance language learning, and also transform language learning. But the key question is the same, whether or not technology can eventually help our students improve on their English language proficiency. So that is the key thing that we want to answer. Let me share with you some research studies. Now, this one is super interesting for me. It was published recently, 2019, in one of the top journals in our field. The name of the journal is System. Look at the title. The title is The More Technology, the Better. Very interesting, isn't it? The idea is that if you use a lot more technology in your teaching, in language teaching, will you be able to teach in a way that is more engaging, in a way that involves the students in a lot more high-level quality interactions in the classroom? Now, here is something about the study. Very interesting, yeah? It's done in China, in primary schools in rural China. Rural means desa. Is Palembang a desa?
No, sir.
No, okay, it's a town, yeah? So it
Palembang
has
is
to
a
be
town.
Malang then. Malang probably is a, Malang is a desa.
That's right, sir.
Somewhere near Malang there is a desa. So this is really a small town, small cities in rural China. So this is something that we can relate to, yeah? So the idea is that, okay, we teach in small villages, in rural areas. What if we use more technology? Will the students, will the teaching that happens in the classroom become, wow, wonderful, and things like that? So this study is interesting. Again, two groups of teachers being observed in the study. Those group of teachers who use more technology and those teachers who use less technology. So high and low technology use in the classroom. And then the researchers came in and observed the lessons in both groups of teachers. And the researchers wanted to find out if the classroom interactions that happen in the classroom is better in one class or in the other class. What do you think, Ibu Dewi? Ibu Dewi is doing something on blended learning, yeah? That means use more technology in the classroom.
Yeah.
Do you think teachers that use more technology will be able to engage the students in more interactions in the classroom, Bu Dewi? Yes or no?
Yes, if the teacher provide very, how to say, engaging strategy.
Very good. Yes,
Yeah.
very good. I think that's a very good point. Now, this is the results. Let's look at the results. Bu Dewi is saying yes, if, yeah? Or no, if. Okay, here is the result. Interesting. No difference. The same, whether the teachers used more technology or less technology, the results are pretty much the same. In terms of what happens in the classroom, the use of English in the classroom in both classes, high technology or low technology use, the same, very minimal. The teachers don't use a lot of English and the students do not use a lot of English either. In terms of the questions, in both groups, sama, the same, no difference. Now, in terms of the quality of feedback that teachers give during classroom interaction, sama, little corrective feedback, the same, whether or not you use technology. So maybe, I think Bu Dewi is probably correct. Maybe technology alone will not change anything in the classroom. It is how we use technology that is more important. Let me share with you another study. Now, this one to me is very interesting. This study is different from the first one. This study looks at hundreds of previous studies that involve the use of technology for language learning purposes. Now, this was published in a journal. This is also a top-tier journal called Computer Assisted Language Learning. It's a review of technology types and their effectiveness when they are used in the classroom by English language teachers or other foreign language teachers. Very interesting. 350 studies were evaluated by the writers of the article. I think they are looking at the effectiveness of technology use and traditional language teaching classrooms. Included in the studies were teachers who use mobile devices and different types of applications, different types of technology. Okay, what is the overall results again? Ibu Lika, what do you think will be the overall result? This is a big study evaluating more than 300 research studies that examine the relationship between technology use and improvement in language learning. Overall, what is your best guess? Pulika is thinking.
I think mobile devices.
Yes. Yes.
Uh,
Okay, yes or no? That's very easy. Improvement or no improvement or
Improvement,
general
sir.
improvement?
There is
Very good.
improvement in
Okay,
technology.
there is improvement. Yes, I think you are right. There is improvement. Now here you go. Here's the result. Yes, there is improvement, but the improvement actually is very, very limited. Limited itu boleh dikatakan nggak ada begitu loh. Very, very small. Now the area of language learning that is, that is affected positively is in the area of pronunciation. So this is very interesting. If you want to improve, your students' English language pronunciation, technology is probably the way to go. In terms of reading, no. In terms of writing, no. In terms of speaking, very interesting. Yes, the students talk more with the use of technology. But does it mean that when they talk more, they are very fluent, they are very good at speaking? No. The studies or the paper doesn't say that. So now we have to look at two different studies. A bit disappointing if you ask me. Technology has been around for many, many years, but yet the results are not very promising, not very encouraging. So the question is this again. I hope you're still with me there. Can technology improve second language proficiency? Now, this is a very important question because this is what we are interested in as English language teachers. We want our students to speak better English. We want our students to be able to write better, to read, well, and also to be able to comprehend, to understand well. So that is our goal. Yeah. Now, here is what Budevi was trying to say early on. Yes, if it is blended, if it is accompanied with good language pedagogy. So my whole presentation actually is about this. And if you are happy with this, we can stop right now. And I will let you continue with your independent studies. So the key thing here is yes, if. Yeah, yes, if it is blended, if it is used with appropriate second language pedagogy. Let me now tell you a story. Are you ready for a story? I think on Saturday morning is very good for us to listen to a story. Now I'm going to tell you a story, and your job is very simple, very straightforward. At the end of my story, after I finish telling my story, I want you to tell me whether my story is based on fact or fiction. Ini fakta atau fiksi? Okay, let me begin now. A long time ago, or not too long time ago, or once upon a time, there's a group of students, high school students from Korea. They've been studying English for some time, but they felt that their improvement in English was very, very limited. So they decided that maybe if we go to a country where English is spoken on a daily basis, maybe we'll be able to improve on our English language proficiency. So these are some of the students who decided to go overseas, decided to go to the US. And please pay attention to this little guy here on the left. The name is Hyun Jun. Ibu Devi, can you say the name here? Hyun Jun.
Hyun Jun.
Yes, very good. Please remember the name Hyun Jun because he is the main character. Pemeran utama dari kisah ini adalah Hyun Jun. Stories always have, main characters, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, very good. There you go. Because they were still young, so the teacher also went with them. Now, this is what a teacher looks like in Korea. They always look very nice, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So they decided to go to the US, to California, and very quickly they found a very nice English language school taught entirely by native speakers of English. Unfortunately, our main character, what's the name again, Budevi?
Hyun Jun.
Very good. You remember the name is Hyun Jun. Yeah. Unfortunately, Hyun Jun had an accident. He fell and he broke his leg and he had to be hospitalized. Fortunately, he had with him his usual gadgets, his mobile phones, his iPad, and many other gadgets. So while in hospital, he started watching, the Disney cartoons and movies and TV dramas and even talk show like this. And he did that for 2 months, almost 3 months actually, in the States. Now, when he was in hospital, watching videos, movies, and things like that, his friends actually are having a great time exploring the place, shopping, sightseeing, studying, and things like that. Okay, so that is what is happening. Fast forward now, 3 months later. 3 months later, Hyun Jun recovered and attended the last lesson, the very, very last lesson, on the last day, last lesson before the group took the examination. And then a few days later, the exam results were announced. Everyone did okay. But who got the highest score? Pulika, who got the highest score on the exam?
Not Yunjun.
Yes, it's Hyun Jun. Hyun Jun got the highest score. In fact, he was able to score almost everything correct except for one of the questions. So he got a near perfect score. Now, when people ask him, hey, Hyun Jun, you did not even attend lessons. So how did you manage to get so good, to do so well on the examinations? This is what he said. I don't know how I did it. I just did. I just used my feeling just like that. I just used my feeling just like that. And then when he got, when another person asked him a question, and why did you miss that one question on the test? And this is what he said. Actually, if I had not attended the last session, I would have gotten a perfect score. I hope you got the joke there.
Yes.
It was the last lesson that got him confused, and that's why he missed that question that was discussed in his last lesson. Now, okay, back to Ibu Dewi. Is this a story based on fact or fiction?
Fact, I guess.
Fact, Bulika?
It's a fact.
Budini? Fact or fiction? Budini is now responding. Okay, this is based on fiction, not a fact. This is based on fiction, but this is the thing. This fiction actually is not very far from the fact.
Yes.
And I've seen many students in different parts of the world who are able to develop a high level of English language proficiency in the way, or in more or less the same way that Hyun Jun went through. So let me just tell you now, let me try to respond to this question. Is it possible to acquire language the way Hyun Jun did? I think that's a big question, yeah? The answer is yes. This is what happened, what happened to Hyun Jun, or what he did for 3 months in the hospital. Number one, he was surrounded by meaningful language. Remember, this is a very easy thing to remember, to understand, but application can be extremely difficult. Meaningful language means the language that you enjoy, the language that you understand.
Oh.
So Hyun Jun is surrounded by language that he understands for 3 whole months. Watching a cartoon is very easy to understand, yeah? Because the images are there, the moving images are there, the storyline is very easy. Then very soon you are able to, to understand, to follow what is happening in cartoons. Number two is frequency. Frequency means you hear the words every day. And every day you hear the words like 8 hours, maybe 10 hours a day. Frequency. Number three is intensity. Intensity means everything is happening within a short period of time. Now, this point is very important. in our school, students have to learn English for how long? 6 years. That's way too long. That's way too long. If you can, yes, if you can make 6 years into 3 years, I think you will get intensity. If you can reduce it further to 1 year, that's even better. I know it's difficult, and Mas Menteri will not be very happy with that, but this is what the theory says. If you learn something in a shorter period of time, I think the effect of learning is much greater. Next, this is what we saw also early on, simple technology. You just need a laptop. You just need a mobile gadget. You just need a tablet, or iPad, or things like that. Simple technology can help. Now, I'm going to relate the story with what is known in second language acquisition research. Now, this is what researchers have been telling us for many, many years. Now, pay attention to this. There are many theories out there. There are many research ideas out there. There are many principles out there. But these are probably some of the most important when we apply this in the classroom without technology, or when we apply this with technology. It doesn't really matter. These principles will have to be applied if your main concern is improving your English language proficiency, or improving your students' English language proficiency. The first one is input. Second one is noticing. Next one is frequency of encounters. The next one is social interaction. And the last one, not the least, is motivation. So I'm going to go through this one at a time. And I hope I have time for that. Sorry. Okay, let me begin with the first one. And for each principle, I will try to connect this with technological affordances. Can technology make this even easier for us to access and for the students to access to? So the first principle says, second language learning happens slowly, slowly, slowly. Second language learning happens when students receive or are surrounded by massive amount of language input. Language input basically is what you hear and what you see. So in language learning, this is listening, viewing, and also reading. That is what language input is all about. But the key word here is massive. Massive itu banyak sekali. Yeah. So the amount is important. Point number two. Point number two, the input will have to be understandable, comprehensible. And number three, it has to be compelling. I'm sorry, I need to have a drink here.
Yes, please.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. Number three is that it has to be, the input will have to be super, super interesting. And the word for English is compelling. Compelling means when you see a movie, when you hear a story, when you read a book, the book will have to be so interesting that you want to continue doing it, reading, listening, viewing, until you get to the end. And that is what is meant by compelling. Yeah, if you pick up a book, read the first page, and you fall asleep, no good. It doesn't help you at all. So it has to be comprehensible, and it has to be compelling, interesting as well, sorry. Now here is some interesting evidence, if you like, from people like Lisa Lee, who is a novelist. A novelist has written, she has written a lot of novels, a lot of books for people to read. And this is what she says. Read 1,000 books and your words will flow like a river. Now, 1,000 books is what I mean by massive. Massive. Can you read more than 1,000? Yes, you can. Can you read fewer than 1,000 books? Yes, you can. But not one book, not 2 books, not 10 books. That's not enough. That's not massive. Okay, you may be thinking that while 1,000 books is not possible, who on earth will be reading 1,000 books? Here is an example. This girl is real. She was a teenager back then. Name is Sodam, and she is from Korea. This is what she said. She has read over 1,000 books, and she started reading in grade 4, and she became very, very proficient 4 years later. By the time she was in high school, and her ability to speak English was really, really amazing. And she has won many, many different English language competition awards. This is just one example. But maybe you're saying that Korea is different. Korea is a special place. The people there are very talented, very bright. That's not true. Let me take you to another place. This is Thailand. Now, this girl also was very, very good. I met her 2 years ago. She's about 23 years old. Her IELTS score was 8.0. What did she do? Well, she did many things, but what she told me was that she watched a lot of cartoons. She enjoyed watching Disney cartoons on YouTube, on many other channels. Well, maybe you say, well, these are two very special places. No. There are many other examples. Yesterday, actually, I was attending a webinar organized by Sampurna University, and there was one speaker there who spoke English so well. The name is Amelia. She was so good, she was so fluent, and she said the same things. She did, what she did was she was surrounded by a lot of massive input during her studies at Sampurna University. Okay, how can technology help? Well, this technology is really, really an amazing tool. If you have the internet with you, then you can access thousands of listening, video, and reading materials on the internet. And this gives you that opportunity to be surrounded by a large amount of language input. But remember, amount alone is not enough. It has to be understandable. It has to be interesting. If it's not interesting, you won't be listening. If it's not interesting, you will not be watching. If you can't understand, you will stop watching as well. So it has to come in a package like that. Okay, you may be saying that, well, my schools are from Malang, and Malang is a small village. You don't have a lot of books there. That's not true, because with technology, now it's easy for you to access a lot of free, books online. This is one example from the Asia Foundation, Yayasan Asia Foundation, and you can access all the books there for free for young children. Now, these are some of the examples of the books that have been written and made accessible for free in Bahasa Indonesia, in Bahasa Inggris, and in many other languages as well. Talking books are available on YouTube, and you can access them for free as well. Here are some of the examples. Very nicely done, very easy to follow. Here is another one, bilingualkidspot.com. This is also free. So teachers just need to know where to find sources of good input, good, reading materials on the internet, which can be downloaded or viewed for free. If you're looking for listening materials or viewing materials, this is another wonderful website. It's called ELLLO. ELLLO. If you look at the right-hand side of my screen here, right there, you see numbers there, right? You see a lot of numbers there? Yes, the numbers indicate the number of video and audio materials that are available for you to download. In other words, there are hundreds, maybe thousands, free. And they are graded according to elementary, intermediate, advanced, and things like that. It's all free. So the key thing for us to remember is, yes, technology is there, and the easiest, the cheapest technology is for your students to access, materials like this on the internet. If you have some money, you can subscribe, or you can have your students subscribe to xreading.com. Now this one is not free because this is like a digital library of more than 1,000 graded readers. Graded readers are stories, easy stories that have been written specifically for English language learners. So they come in different levels, easy level, not so easy, all the way to advanced level. Yeah. If at any time you need to, access this and you have some budget to do this, drop me an email. What is wonderful about this program, this library, is that it comes with a complete learning management system. So the teacher can actually track the students' progress. The teachers can assess students' understanding. The teacher can also guide students in choosing the books and many other different things. The teacher is in control. So let me know if you're interested in this. So that is principle number one, yeah? Principle number one says that input is important. And Hyun Jun also was surrounded for 3 whole months with interesting, meaningful, and comprehensible, understandable language input. Okay, the second principle, and later I will also connect this principle with technology, is the principle of noticing. Noticing itu bahasa Jawanya apa ya, Bu Lika?
Konsentrasi.
No, it's not concentration. Yes, a bit of concentrasi. Anything else, Bu Dewi?
Perhatikan.
Memperhatikan itu bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Jawanya?
Gatekno.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Please tell your friends from Medan and from Palembang what that word means.
Kalau Palembang memasati, Pak, pasatin.
That's the one. Yes, yes. I think this is very important also, and this is supported by years and years of research into second language acquisition. So the theory says input alone is not enough. The students also need to notice, to pay attention, to ngatekno, to pay attention, not all the time, but pay attention to important features in the language. Yeah. Okay, here you go. Now in English, there are many language features that are difficult to learn because very often we don't pay attention to them. But these small language features are so important. If you want to speak accurately, if you want to be able to speak grammatically in a way that is grammatically correct. Let me give you an example. Third person singular, the past tense. These are difficult. Very, very difficult for most of our students. Gender is also difficult. It's not easy to say he. Sometimes you begin with Pak Willie. Pak Willie is a nice person. And then all of a sudden in the middle, you instead of you saying he, students will say she. Because in Bahasa Indonesia, he and she is sama. He and she is dia. But in English, you can't do that. You have to distinguish very clearly whether the gender is male or female. So that can be very, very difficult for many students. This one is probably the most difficult. Non-countable nouns like coffee, hair, water, fish. Very difficult. Students often forget coffees. You can't, in the classroom, you will tell you, you can't say coffees because coffee is abstract, is uncountable. But interestingly, if you go to Starbucks, for example, you can say 2 coffees, please. Very confusing. English is very, very confusing. So what you need to do is to help our students to pay attention, to notice. Okay, Ibu Tuti, are you there? Ibu Tuti? Ibu Tuti Elit Aceh? Yes. Can you please have your Ibu Tuti?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ibu Tuti, very good. I'm going to show you a very small sentence, a very brief sentence.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I want you to read for me the sentence.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
There you go. 1, 2, 3.
She looks stunning.
Yes. Continue.
I lost the screen.
Okay, yes, because I'm not showing you that one.
I lost the screen.
Okay,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. Okay, I'll
All
show
right.
it. Yeah, I'll show it to you again, yeah? There you
Okay.
go. Yeah,
She's
ready?
running
Yes.
in her one orange blue jeans.
Okay, which one? Okay, people listen very carefully. What did she say? Did she say this, blue jeans, or did she say blue jean? Because blue jeans are always plural. You have to put the S there, blue jeans. If you say blue jeans, this is what it looks like. If we say blue jean, this is what it looks like. Cuman satu.
Yes.
Now for us, you know, because we are speakers of Bahasa Indonesia, you know, we can't really tell whether it's blue jean or blue jeans. Doesn't matter. But for people who know the language very well, they'll get very confused. Now here are some other examples. Yes, Ibu Tuti, the news is or are?
The news is.
Why is? News is plural, isn't it?
No, because
Yes.
it's how the word originally, it is the original word.
Yes.
The news
exactly.
is the original word.
This is my point. English is very confusing.
Right.
You have the S there and it's considered as a singular noun. Next one, Bu Tuti, back to you. I like people from Aceh. Are you from Aceh? Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Pak.
Yes.
Excuse me, Pak Willy. You still have 10 minutes to go.
Yes, 10 minutes. I can do it in 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
Not a problem. Deeply saddened or highly saddened? Which one?
It's the same.
Yes.
Deeply saddened.
Yes, it's deeply saddened, but you cannot say highly saddened. Do you
Yeah,
say
no.
fast food is okay, right?
Yes.
Fast food, yes. Can you say quick food? I want tonight, I am not going to cook. I want to get some quick food. Can you say quick food? Please say no. Buduti,
I'm
please
not
say no.
sure. I don't think so.
Just say no.
No.
Just say no.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Now the thing is, when you say no, I
Yeah,
will
no.
ask you why.
No.
And you have no answer.
Yeah.
Because your feeling tells you that fast food is okay, but quick food is not okay, right? Exactly what Hyun Jun said earlier on. I just use my feeling. Commit a crime is okay, but make a crime is not okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Yes. So this is the kind of things that we need to get our students to pay attention to. Otherwise, they will say things like this incorrectly. So we need to highlight this to our students. Hey, how about technology? Can technology help our students to pay attention? Bulika, are you still there?
Yes, yes, I'm in
Yes,
here.
very good. Yes, simple technology allows you to do things like this, highlighting, you know, resizing the font type or the font size and use images and things like that. Let me just give you an example very quickly. Ibu Dewi.
Yes.
Okay. How do you pronounce this word on the left-hand side? Can you say it
Develop.
loudly?
Develop.
Yes?
Develop.
Yes, very good. One more time.
Develop.
Okay, she's not very sure now. One more time. One more time.
Develop.
Okay, Bulika, try.
Develop.
Okay, same or different? The way Bulika said it and the way Budevi said it. Slightly different.
Different.
Yeah, slightly different. And you will notice that your students probably pronounce this as develop.
Develop.
Yeah, the correct pronunciation is develop. Now, how do you get your students' attention? You can tell them, hey, listen to me 10 times, and they're still not able to see the difference in pronunciation, whether it's develop or develop. Now, simple technology can help. Look at this. Yeah, you just change the font size, you give it a different color, you make it bigger so that the students can see that, hey, the second syllable is louder because it is where the stress is. Yeah. I think you get my point. This is one way of attracting students' attention. of making your students pay attention. Next one. I'm going to test Budewi again. Budewi, can you say this word again for me?
Depth.
Okay, everyone please look at Ibu Dewi. Look at Ibu Dewi. Ibu Dewi, say it one more time.
Depth.
Yes, Pulika, say it.
Depth.
Okay, same or different, Bapak Ibu sekalian?
Different.
Same or different?
Same.
Different.
Different.
No, it's different. The way you say it is different. Bulika and Budewi pronounce this word differently. Okay, one more time. Budewi, say it one more time. Budewi?
Yes, depth.
Yes, and Bulika?
Depth.
Same or different?
Different.
Different. Yes, yes.
They-
Yes, Bulika
That.
said this.
They-
Here's what Bulika said.
That. Yes, Bulika like this.
Yes, this is what Bulika said. That.
Yeah.
I can see her teeth when she said the word depth. So it's D-E-T. The way Devi pronounce it is that and b. That b. B. I can see her lips close together like that.
Yeah.
Again, this is one way for you to get the attention. Bapak Ibu, please pay attention. This is extremely important from a theoretical perspective. This is what you need to do. Unless you are able to get the attention of your students of some of the important language features, they will not be able to remember. They will not be able to learn it. So that. Udevi, say it, that.
That.
I want to see your teeth. That. You need to practice saying it 10 times later, Bu Dewi.
Yeah.
There you go. Yang sebelah kiri itu bibirnya tertutup begitu ya, itu depth.
Okay.
Yang sebelah kanan seperti ini. Giginya harus kelihatan. I have to see your teeth. That.
Okay. That.
Again, this is a very simple idea. Technology is right in front of you. Use it to get your students' attention. Google Images are just wonderful. And there are many other sites that will help your students to see things, to understand words more clearly. Here is an example. The word is limpid. It's a new word. It's a difficult word. How do you explain this to the students? Show them a picture like this. The eyes, matanya itu sangat-sangat jelas, transparan. Very, very clear. Sungai ini juga sangat-sangat jelas, sangat-sangat transparan. And that is what limpid is all about. Next year, I want to visit this place, actually. This is a nice place located in China.
Wow.
It's a very famous tourist destination. It's a beautiful place. You can see the water like this. It's a river, or it's a lake, actually. It's called a 5-flower lake. So please start saving some money. And next year, I will see you in China.
That's great. Thank you, sir.
Save some money.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
we have looked at two things. Yeah, the first one is language input and how technology can be used to increase the amount of language input. Number two, input alone is not enough. Number two, you also need to get your students' attention for certain language features. Otherwise, they will not remember. Otherwise, they will not learn. Otherwise, they will forget. Principle number 3 is very easy to understand. It's called the frequency effect. The frequency effect means that you have to see the words, you have to see the grammar, you have to hear the language, the sentences, the expressions daily, every day, as often as you can. So the principle says frequency of encounters determines what the students learn. If you want an easy way to remember this, this is known as the again and again principle. You need to do it again and again and again. You have to see it again and again and again until you remember. Now here is a question. This question is for Pak Alek. Pak Alek, are you there, Pak Alek? Yes,
Yeah,
Pak Alek is there from Jakarta. Yes,
Here,
Pak Alek. Yes. Now this is a real, genuine, authentic question that a teacher asked me. An English language teacher asked me, and the teacher says, my students speak English, using their first language structure. I think you can relate to this, yeah? You notice this happening very often in your class. So the teacher says, you know, my students will say something like this. Instead of where is Pak Jati, which is correct in English, my students would say things like Pak Jati, where is? Pak Jati di mana, gitu kan?
Right.
Pak Jati, where is?
That's right.
And there are many other examples like that. Like many wrongs, sir, for example. Many wrong. Many wrong is, ini salahnya banyak ini Pak ini. Many wrongs. And you hear things like this on a daily basis. Now the teacher then asked me, Pak Willy, how would you explain this from a second language learning theory? Now, instead of giving him a direct answer, I asked him to consider 4 possibilities here, or 5. So I asked the teacher, now these are 5 possible answers, choose one. Choose one that you think is based on a good theory of language learning. Number 1, they haven't had enough practice in saying these sentences, makanya salah gitu kan. Number 2, the teacher has not done a good job. Gurunya kurang pandai menjelaskan. Yang ketiga, they are not very smart students. Number 3 is a very, very popular answers with teachers. And number 4, they rely too much on their mother tongue. And number 5, they haven't seen or heard enough English. Pak Alex, this is not a test for you, but if somebody asks you this question, what would be your answer? Choose one. You know, it's a multiple choice question. Choose the best answer.
I choose number 2, Prof.
Number 2, yeah, the teacher has not done a good job. Yes, so people, if you work at Pak Alex institution, be careful because Pak Alex will tell you, hey, teachers, you need to come to Singapore and study again because you have not done a good job. Yes, Pak Bulika, what do you think?
Number 5.
Number 5, yes. Yes, number 2 is possible. Number 2 is possible that the teachers may not have done a good job, but I think number 5 is more in line with what is known about the process of language learning. The students simply have not seen, they have not heard enough of these sentences in their daily life. Now, let me give you an example. Now, here is a great example of how successful English language learners from China did in order to become very good. Now, these are very, very successful. They are so good, and they took part in the national competition. National in China itu 1, berapa billion. Lawannya itu musuhnya besar, banyak sekali ya. Now, this is what happens. They spend thousands of hours of practice. And the last point here is, this is some of the things that they've done. They listen again and again and again and again and again until they become very good. Now, this is what they say. Ini. I was slow in the beginning. Awalnya lambat sih, dengar gitu ya. Mungkin 2 menit kemudian baru ngerti artinya apa begitu. I had to listen to it many more times. Many more times means like maybe 100 more times. And I gradually developed some feel of the language. Remember feel, Hyun-jun? Bu Devi ingat Hyun-jun?
Yes.
Yes, exactly the same. That's what Hyun-jun said at the end. I just use my feeling. Now, where does the feeling come from? Feelingnya asal dari mana? It has to come from some place. And that some place is this. After listening again and again and again, you develop that feel of the language. Now, here is what she says again. I feel that I just have countless means hundreds, if not thousands of patterns sort of swimming in my head. Jadi di kepalanya itu, you know, you have a lot of ready sentences, ready expressions that you can use at any time. Lines from movies often naturally pop out. So things like what I say now is actually things that I have in my head. They come out just like that. You cannot think about this. It has to be something that is in you. Okay, how can technology help? Again, technology is wonderful. Online news, or online newspapers, they tend to repeat the same thing again and again and again. Yes, it can be very boring, but technology is there. Ask your students to read reports from CNN, from BBC, from Jakarta Post, and from many other different news media. The topic is the same, the news is the same, but they get to hear, to see from different places. Repetition, frequency is important. Now here is a very simple technology. This is called speech to text and text to speech application. You can download this for free. The free version is free, so you don't have to pay for anything. But the paid version is not free. I think what I'm saying is you can always download the free version. Now, the good thing about this is this. You can ask the students to read the same text again and again and again and again and again until you get it right. Yeah? So it's not the technology itself to me, but it is the repetition, the frequent use of technology that enables you to improve on your, remember the pronunciation that I said early on. So things like this can improve student pronunciation because students will have to do it again and again until the application is able to transcribe your speech in good English. Yeah. Now here is an example, very quickly. Students download a text and use the speech to text to read the text. And you will find that the program will not accept your speech the first time around. You have to do it several times until eventually it gives you the best version. And you have to do it again and again until eventually you upload the whole thing on YouTube. The YouTube is just a tool. The speech-to-text application is just a tool. What is important is for the students to go through the process of doing it again, improving again and again until they become very good eventually. Principle number 4, Bu Dewi, 3 menit lagi ya, 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. This one is easy to understand. This one is easy. After you have learned a lot of language from input, from noticing, and from the frequency effect, this is where you now are ready to make use of the language for talking, for interacting with other people. People are social beings and they always need somebody to talk to tell a story, to recount, and many other things. Now, this will also increase the amount of language use because the classroom is always very limited and technology allows you to, to produce more language basically. And this principle also enables students to develop a higher degree of fluency, lebih lancar memakai bahasa. Again, technology is out there for you, and I'm sure you have used this in some way. Facebook, wikis, Google Docs, web-based collaborative writing tools, there are many out there. The key thing here is it allows students to use the language that they have learned. Ingat ya, language that they have learned. If you just use this for the sake of using this, without sufficient preparation, without providing students with enough nutrition, language nutrition, this one is not very useful. Just interaction for the sake of interaction. Yeah. Now here is an example of a teacher from Jakarta who created a Facebook group in collaboration with a teacher from Japan. And this allows the students to have a lot more interaction via Facebook, writing, exchanging information about the culture of Indonesia, about the way of living in Indonesia. And in the same way, the students from Japan also are doing the same thing. Nowadays, it's very easy to set up something like this. Zoom is now accessible. At least the 40-minute free version is out there for the students to make use of. So you can tell the students to engage, to experience how they can interact with themselves or with other people from other countries. Nowadays, again, it's very, very easy. I'm sure students in Korea, for example, are also interested in having a conversation with other students from other places in the world. Padlet is also very popular. Very nice, very interesting. Again, the free version is free. So you can make use of the free version to engage students in an interactive, collaborative language learning in the classroom. Sudah 4 ya. The first one is, I hope you remember, Bu Dewi. The first one is input. Yeah, lupakan. The first one is input.
Number 2 is noticing.
Very good.
Number 3 is frequency.
Yes, number 4.
Number 4 is social interaction.
Yes, then this is the last one, motivation. Yeah, motivation. No motivation, no learning. I think we know that. With or without technology, motivation is so important. Now, technology, I've heard about this. Technology can make language learning more motivating. But the key thing here is that the teacher continues to play a key role. The tool itself may not be motivating. The teacher will have to come in and explain and design a task and activities that make technologically based activities much more motivating and interesting. Remember this. There are 3 things about motivation that we need to remember. Bulika, the first one is motivation. There are 3 things about motivation that education, will need to have these 3 things. Motivation is important. Number 2 is motivation. And number 3 is
motivation.
Yes, don't be too serious, Bulika. It's motivation. Yeah. 3 things about education. Yes, motivation, and motivation. This applies whether you teach in a traditional way without technology or with technology. Motivation is or continues to be very important. And the main person, the most important actor in the education game who can make a classroom interesting is the teacher. Please remember that. It's the teacher who can make things interesting, not the tool. Yeah. Now, here's an example of how game-based learning can be very powerful because it's very, very motivating. I know it's not easy to create games, but it has been reported in the literature that students, young children, are very often eager and keen to go the extra miles in order to be able to play the games. They have to read the instruction, the manual that is very often difficult, way beyond their level, but they're happy to do that. Why? Because it's motivating, because the reward is, well, if I understand how to play the game, then I get to play the game. And that is very powerful incentive for the students. Next, if you're looking for a researcher who has been researching motivation in second language learning, now here's one. The name is Donye, and he has written a lot about motivation. And one thing that I remember about what he said is this. Ini belajar bahasa itu membutuhkan motivasi. If you have that motivation, sufficient motivation, you'll be able to develop a working knowledge of the language. Working knowledge itu kalau diukur kira-kira B1, B2 begitu. Working knowledge of the language. And that's enough for most purposes. So what sort of games, what sort of technological tools you can include in your learning in order to increase students' motivation? Now, here are some technological tools that you can use. Quizzes, Kahoot, Socrative, and things like that. You can make the classroom much more interesting by introducing tools like this. Very easy, and they have got the free versions as well. Digital storytelling is also very, very exciting, very interesting. Instead of giving to the students the usual writing task, please write 1 paragraph about your family, which can be very, very boring. Tell the students to create a digital version of their family. And I've seen students spending hours and hours creating, a very nice digital story about their family. And that is only good for language learning. Cartoon makers are available on the internet as well. You can always download this free version for the students to play with. Okay, I've now come to the end of my presentation. Ibu Dewi,
Yes.
do you remember the name of this guy again?
Yunjun.
Very good. Yes, Ibu Dewi now is able to read these Korean characters. Yes, the name of our story, the main story is Hyun Jun. And what did Hyun Jun do? This is what he did. I think incidentally, tanpa sengaja sebetulnya, Hyun Jun acquired or learned a lot of English by making use of theories, principles of language learning. Nomor satu adalah he was surrounded by the language input.
Make sure bahwa grupnya ini sudah super group.
Yang kedua adalah
sebenarnya cara tabnya tinggal tap sekali di grupnya nanti
noticing, and then there's a frequency as well because he got to hear the language every day. And then finally, motivation as well is there. I mean, he has no choice basically. And watching movies is like a reward for him. It's like an incentive for him while he was recovering from the hospital. Ibu Dewi, thank you very much for listening. And I'm happy to address any questions that you might have about my presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Nice presentation. Irreplaceable. Thank you. Bu Dewi,
yes, you have a very engaging participant, Pak Willy. So every time you ask question, they also try to answer in the chat room. Okay.
Yes,
so,
and because of that, they now don't have any questions to ask.
yeah, they have question for you. I have how to say selected some question here. Do you mind if I just read the question for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, the first question from Pak David Rizal, Win Wali Songo Semarang.
Yes.
He would like to ask you, there is an explanation from the paper that you have mentioned before, a little effect on the use of technology in English language learning. Can you please explain what learning management system or platform is used? There are many platforms is used, such as Moodle, Edmodo, Google Classroom, Canvas, Blackboard. What is the, what platform is mostly used in the research?
You mean learning management system?
Yes, yeah, the platform of the learning management system that is mostly used in the research that you have mentioned before.
Oh, I see. The one that I mentioned before was developed specifically for the library, for the digital library. So the owner of the program actually hired a programmer to develop a learning management system. It's a normal learning management system, essentially. It's one that allows the teacher to check, to monitor, to communicate with the students. So there's nothing special about that.
Okay.
But what is interesting is that it is a library, not like a physical library. In a physical library, you can't check, right? You can't monitor. Yes, you can, but that will take you forever to check how many books the students are reading, have been reading, and whether or not they have completed their reading and things like that. That will be very difficult. But with this system, you can check. If the students borrow a book and they read on screen, and the book is like 50 pages long, and the students spend only 2 minutes, and then the student said that, hey, I finished reading the book. Then the teacher can tell that, no, you're bluffing. You have not read the book. How can you read the book in 2 minutes? So all this information is recorded in the system. Yeah. So if you are interested, I can introduce you to the person and who owns the program. And I really think that this is a wonderful program. Universitas Negeri Surabaya has adopted the system. Also, UMY, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, has also adopted the system. And I can tell you that in Japan, it's very popular because this is an excellent way of making sure that the students actually spend time reading and listening at the same time. Now, this digital library is amazing because the students can read and they can also turn on the audio as well. So they get the benefit of listening and also reading at the same time. And research is very clear. If you want to improve on your speaking ability, you need to listen a lot. If you want to improve on your writing ability, you have to read a lot. There's no other way. Tidak ada cara lain. That is the only way. So if you're not doing it, that means you have not done a good job, according to Pak Alek, yeah? Pak Alek? Not me. If you have not,
Thank you.
if you have not done it yet, then you have not done a good job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The test actually is very simple, Bapak Ibu sekalian. If you want to see more evidence, very easy. If you are teaching a group of students right now, misalnya ada 50 siswa di kelas ya, choose one or two of the best students in your class and ask them, hey, how come you were able to speak English so well? They will tell you things like, I've been doing this, I've been reading a lot, I've been listening a lot.
Yeah.
Compared to the other, 48 or 45 students in class who are still not very sure about how to use English, not very confident, and when they do say something, I think the English is all over the place. The English is all over the place itu amburadul begitu. Not like Bu Lika. Bu Lika is very good. I mean, she is very fluent. She is very good.
Thank you, sir.
I'm saying that so that Bu Lika will invite me again next year.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nice proposal.
The next question, Pak Willy.
Yes, please.
Okay, so there are two persons that having a similar question or related. The first one is from Pak Adnan, and the second one is from Ibu Siti Hasmia.
Yeah.
Okay, so you show us the rank of the level of the English that has been how to say reported that Indonesia is number 8
in Asia, not in the world, yeah, in
yeah,
Asia.
in Asia. So
Yeah.
the question is, what are the most factor Indonesia go to?
With or without technology, not like a physical life.
Okay, I will repeat once again, Pak Willy.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the first question, what are the most factor Indonesia got? The egg
Yes.
number, and then
Yes.
Yeah,
let me just respond to that very quickly.
Okay.
The data actually didn't say how the students acquired the language, but broadly speaking, because Singapore is number 1, the Philippines is probably number 2. Now, in these two countries, the context of language learning is very different. So it's not very surprising that in these two countries, the population tend to speak simply because of the fact that in those two countries, English is used on a daily basis, and English is heard almost every day. In Singapore, for example, since kindergarten, the students are already learning English, and their parents also speak English. Again, this is what exposure is all about. This is what input is all about. This is what frequency is all about. Di Indonesia tidak bisa. What we can do is to add extramural learning. So if you depend only on language learning in the classroom, in the classroom only, and that's what you get. That's what you get. But if you add language learning beyond the classroom, then chances are you will get a lot more students who are able to speak English much, much better. And that is exactly what happened. That's exactly what I saw yesterday. This girl had a bachelor's degree from Universitas Sampurna. And yet her English was so good. So good. How did she learn that language? From the classroom? 20% maybe. But So one thing you need to remember, especially those who are responsible in charge of curriculum development, in your English language department, make sure that there is a good balance between in-class learning, or it's often called intramural learning, and extramural learning. So you need to bring in all this outside learning into the classroom. And one way to do that would be to introduce an extensive reading program or an extensive colleagues in particular are doing it now. In fact, in Yogyakarta, there is an association called Extensive Reading Association, the Indonesian Extensive Reading Association. Now, the main mission of the association is to encourage, is to promote extra, mural learning English beyond the classroom. How? Very easy. You need to bring in books. You need to bring in stories. You need to bring in movies into the classroom. How you do it? I think you need to sit down and yeah. Students who are successful in learning English, they go beyond what is available in the classroom. Is the classroom a good place? Yes, of course. It is a good place. But the amount of learning, language learning, very limited. So what you need to do is to continue what you've been doing, but you need to bring in the affordances of technology, the affordances of out-of-class learning into the classroom.
Okay.
And nobody in the world will disagree with me, because that is true, that is the reality, and that is something that we have all known for many, many years. It's just that we have not done enough in terms of bringing outside learning into the classroom.
Yeah. I guess your explanation already. Ibu asked me a question here.
Yes.
Okay. And then last question, Pak Willy. I have like lots of questions, but
Yes.
I like drop that question into your
Yes.
WhatsApp.
Yes. Ask me the easy ones.
Yeah, okay. The easy one, okay. So Ibu Nurmaliha from STKIP PGRI, she has a student in the boarding school. There is no technology, but they have good speaking skill. The problem is they having a reading skill problem. You give her suggestion how to bring appropriate technology in her class, especially for reading skill.
Oh, reading skills.
Yes.
And the students are in primary schools or in secondary schools?
She only mentioned boarding school here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now here is what I know from research and also from experience. How do you teach reading to young students, students who are not able to read on their own yet? Now, this is a very important question because I suspect that in Indonesia, the literacy level of our children is very low. Literacy in Bahasa Indonesia is very low. Sangat-sangat di bawah ya, rendah sekali. And I think we can do something about that. In the same way, many of our students in English classrooms, their literacy in English is also very low. Very, very, very low. And in my presentation, I've been saying that listening, reading are extremely important for literacy development, for language development, with or without technology. Now, let me begin with without technology. What can you do without technology? Well, do it in the same way. Do it, in a way that you are familiar with. Do you read to your children at home? I hope you do, because that is one of the best ways of helping your young children in their early literacy development. Read to your children every day, every night before they go to bed, and that will increase their literacy in the language. That can be in Bahasa Indonesia, and that can be in English. It's up to you. It doesn't really matter. Now, if you want to take it further in a school setting, can we do that? Can we read to our students? The answer is yes, 3 times. Yes, and yes, and yes. And that is exactly what Singapore is doing. For primary school children or primary school education in Singapore, the main pedagogy is called a book-based pedagogy, a story-based pedagogy. So the teachers actually read books, read stories every day to the students. The assumption here is that, yes, the students may be able to speak English, but their literacy, literacy itu beda ya dengan conversation, daily conversation. Literacy itu bahasa buku, bahasa tulis. And that is something that the students need to learn. So the starting point when the students are still at the early stage of learning is for the teachers to play a bigger role. The teachers read aloud to the students. Okay, let me say this very carefully. Not read aloud to the students, but read aloud with the students. Beda sekali. Perbedaan yang besar sekali. Read to itu saya baca, dengerin, mau dengerin boleh, nggak dengerin juga nggak apa-apa. Itu read to. But read with itu adalah you try as much as possible to engage the students in the reading process. Itu membawa anak-anak dalam situasi belajar bersama, reading with the students. That's why the method, the pedagogy is often called the interactive reading approach or dialogic reading approach. Dialogic reading approach. You may have noticed that in my presentation, I did the same thing. I was not talking to you, I was presenting with you. Because you were doing it with me, together with me. And that increases, the amount of interaction. That helps you to focus, that helps you to remember better. So if I ask Bu Dewi again, Bu Dewi, what are the 5 things that I discussed? She will tell me. She will remember without looking at her notes. Bu Dewi, can you say that again?
Number 1 is input.
Yeah, look at that. See, she remembers at least number 1.
Number 2 is noticing.
Yes.
5 is motivation. Number 4.
Very good. Yes, this is what learning is all about. You need to engage everyone in the classroom. Engage visually, engage audially, orally, but engage their mind, engage their emotion, and also with young children, kinesthetically as well. Yeah, the students have to move around, walking, following instructions and things like that. And that's how learning happens. I think you know all these things. It's just that we have not really thought about how these ideas can be applied in the language classroom.
Okay. Wow. Thank you for the
amazing, sir.
Amazing. Very interesting talk.
Can I ask directly?
Yes, you can.
Pak Willy?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Willy. Okay, for the opportunity directly. On Pak Willy's presentation, one of your slide.
Yes.
Just now I see the best method. Would you mind describing, elucidating the meaning of best method in teaching English?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes. The best method. Yes. Now, this is something that researchers and teachers have been trying to find. Is there a best method, for teaching English or for teaching language? If you look at a standard textbook on language teaching methodology, then what happens is you'll be extremely confused. If you ask different researchers, for example, they will give you different answers. But there is one method, there is one approach that everyone agrees. And that approach to teaching is called extensive reading and extensive listening.
Yes.
Nobody will disagree. Now, the question is this: will extensive reading and extensive listening take you all the way to the highest level of proficiency in the language? The answer is no. Tidak. Yeah, but the starting point, the best method to bring the students up to a sufficient level of English language proficiency. Sufficient ini artinya B1, B2 menurut standar CEFR. Jangan pakai TOEFL. Please don't use TOEFL or please don't use IELTS because these are very different tests. If you are looking for language proficiency test, then use CEFR, a Common European Standard of Reference. Itu yang akan diterapkan ke depannya di Indonesia mudah-mudahan. Di Malaysia sudah diterapkan CEFR standards, di Vietnam sudah, di Malaysia sudah, di Thailand sudah, Indonesia baru sedang dibicarakan. Kayaknya belum.
Amen.
Yeah, CEFR. So let me say this again. Extensive reading, extensive listening will get your students to B1, B2 level. And after that point, this is where the teachers become more important because this is where the teachers can provide more focused instruction, more focused teaching to help the students improve on the accuracy of their speech, to help the students to write in a way that is more coherent, lebih baik menulisnya, lebih nyambung begitu, but that comes a bit later. And today, since you've been a very nice audience, I'm going to send you two free ebooks. The first one is called The Primacy of Extensive Listening and Extensive Reading that I co-authored with Professor Richard Day. Very, very good. And the other one is Bridging the Reading Writing Gap. So these two will give you an idea of how you can bring students up to that level, and afterwards, what you can do to further refine, expand, and extend their English language proficiency. And if at any time you need me to come and to review your language curriculum, let me know.
Yes,
and I've been doing that for many universities in Asia. I think there's a lot more things that we can do to help us and also to help our students develop our English language proficiency. And the secret is no longer a secret now. I think a lot of people know about this. It's just a matter of how we can apply this, how we can, translate these ideas within the context of our individual teaching context. So, Pak Alec, yes, I think we know the answer. And the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And that one approach that everyone agrees. Tidak ada yang tidak setuju. Siapapun siapapun orangnya, baik itu untuk belajar bahasa Indonesia, baik itu untuk belajar bahasa Inggris atau bahasa apapun, the number one method is extensive reading and listening. Thank you, Pak Alec, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Amazing, Pak Willy. Thank you so much, Pak Willy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Willy, for the interesting talk. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your active participation in this seminar too. And then the time is kicking. I sincerely apologize that I have to head into my dear friend. The next moderator is Dr. Anita from Elite Banten with the invited speaker. And then Pak Willy, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to have you here in this wonderful day. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please stay in this room until the last session. And then, Ibu Anita, are you ready? Okay. Before Pak Willy will leave the meeting, can we give one more applause to him, please?
Oh, thank you so much, Pak Willy.
Ibu Dewi.
Thank you, Pak Willy. Thank you, Pak Willy.
Ibu Dewi, take picture with
Take pictures with Pak Willy.
Oh yeah, take pictures with Pak Willy. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
If you
Mas
go,
Afif, take pictures.
you go to
Yeah,
my
siap.
website.
With elite sign. Elite.
If you go to my website, you'll be able to download the 2 books that I mentioned earlier on. And the website is Willy's ELT Corner.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I have put that in the chat box.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Pak Willy.
Thank you so much, Pak Willy. Thank you, thank you.
Mas Afif, are you ready?
Okay, Bapak Ibu, let's have this
Chair.
sign 3 elite. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait. The second row. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, the third. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Because we have many participants here. Okay, the next one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mas Afif. Thank you, Pak Willy.
Thank you, Prof. Willy.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Willy.
Once again, big applause to Pak Willy.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Okay, now I will hand.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Ibu Anita will lead the next session with the invited speaker. Ibu Anita, are you there? Okay. I will hand it over to you. Bye. Thank you. Best of luck.
Listen your voice.
Your speaker phone, Mbak Anita.
Mbak Anita, audionya Mbak Anita. Not yet.
We can't hear you.
Anita, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bonita.
Can you listen my voice?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anita from Elite Banten, and we are going to have a second speaker. I will introduce you. He is Dr. Alex SS MPD, and he took master degree in language education and also doctoral degree in language education. And his postdoctoral program in linguistics and research in Ohio State University. Mr. Alex also wrote many articles and books. And let's give warm welcome to him, Dr. Alex SS MPD. Yeah.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Alex, time
Bonita.
is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can I share my presentation, Bonita?
Yes, please, it's your time.
Let me. Is it correct, my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Okay, Mr. Alex.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Bu Anita as my moderator for today. And second thing, I would like to double check my audience those the audience and participant, just give the check or raise your hand or give your reaction of your presence. Okay, my title for presentation is EF Learners Responses for Online Learning During COVID-19 Pandemic. And this small case study is happened or took at UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. And my name is Dr. Alec, MPD, SS, MPD. And this presentation is directly online presentation at the 8th Elite International Conference on Sunday, August 23, 2020. Okay, my first presentation, first slide is nitty-gritty. Why online learning begins. The first one is COVID-19 pandemic took the world by surprising. Nobody knows this happened in the world, even in Indonesia. Nobody knows before, and until now, we have already passed around 5 or 6 months in Indonesia, happened in Indonesia, especially the COVID pandemic. The second thing, why online learning is the coronavirus outbreak hinders teaching and learning in university and schools. The next why is the closure of campus and school. But the key point here, even though Indonesia closure of campus and school, it means it does not mean the campus and school or the doors of the people is stop learning or learning is never stop. The next is COVID-19 impact. Over 90% of world student population in the world is very massive impact of the coronavirus 19 impact. The next is many countries implemented localized closure impacted million additional learner. The next is for strengthening our activity, especially online learning in Indonesia, has specially act from Minister of Education and Culture of Republic Indonesia, number 36962, about the online learning is a must in Indonesia. Online learning is a must. The next is needed to adapt. Yeah, because of the situation is very massive, people need to adapt. Not only the student should be adapted this one, but also teacher and those people who wants to connect to learn using online learning. Last is learning system is done remotely by utilizing technology. One of the miracle of technology for the time being is can connect the people or those or universe on the people in Indonesia, teacher and student, because of the technology using and wisely using and good using in activity, especially in teaching and learning, especially language teaching. The next, I would like to show you the situation before and after coronavirus. Okay, this is the situation our class before COVID-19 and after like this one. Before is full of the person or the student. Meanwhile, on the right side is empty class. Nobody there. The next is the situation a conference. Usually, like elite conference, usually we do the conferences directly in the hall, in the classroom, and every class. But nowadays, like this one. Okay, as we do today is we do directly, automatically, and we not see each other physically, but also on cloud or remote place we can see each other. It's the miracle. It's one of the blessing from Allah Almighty. The next one is how did we do about the consultation? Like this one, this is a student for the time being. This is a lecture giving suggestion, information about the like article or writing task or any other task. Okay, this directly online. It's the good way, I think, as long as we use wisely and maximally in order to enhance the student and the teacher collaboration. Okay, in doing the online learning, we have to understand about some key terms. The first of key term is technology escalation. What does technology escalation mean? It means the increasing the discovery and use of sustainable technology in an effort to build the quality of education. The presence of technology nowadays is the main intentionality is to enhance, to foster the quality of education. The next is e-learning, means the acquisition of knowledge that occurs electronically via the internet anytime, anywhere, and under any conditions. This because of the technology, it can help us to connect each other, and we get each other, we share each other because of the learning model. The next term is online learning. Online learning means an open and sharing learning environment that uses the internet and website to facilitate learning and knowledge building through action and meaningful interaction. The key point is here, whatever we do, we have to understand, well understood about the meaning interaction. Okay, the next is distance learning. Distance learning is usually used like UT, okay, or Open University. It's kind of formal institution-based education in which learning groups are separated and telecommunication system is used to connect learner, instructor, and learning resources. The next is virtual learning, means learning through electronic mediation and bridges the gaps caused by separateness of instructor student. The key point here is the virtual learning can connect, can make mingle with each other, like lecture and student, and can give any sharing anything like resources, like material, or any content of instructional material. The next point, what we are going to do, or what we use for connection. There are a lot of kinds of application we can do, and the people who's already familiar with this one. There are many around here, more or less 70 types or kinds of application, online application. The first of all is WhatsApp, Gmail or email, Google Classroom and Zoom meeting, Google Meet, Facebook, Skype, Vidcom, Google Doc, YouTube, screencast on Padlet, as Pak Willy just mentioned just now, that Padlet and Edmodo, Forum, Chat, Blog, and the last one is Schoology. But the key point in here, even though we find a lot of the tools or application, we have to know about the concept of the better understanding of media, especially using in an online learning, the greater increase or boost the student understanding or enhance the student critical thinking in order to achieve a quality or high quality of the student learning, especially to obtain the objective of any subject we taught. Okay, the next slide is outstanding of online learning. One of them is the outstanding of the online learning is the flexibility. Flexibility means we can do anytime and anywhere. It is one of the goodnesses of the online learning is we can do anytime as long as we make an agreement between student and lecturer. The next is instructional material can be saved online mode. Yeah, if we try to look at back that we we put something instructional material on ourselves. But for the time being, we can put on online mode. And nowadays, follow it by the big data or cloud. Next is updated. Online learning is very updated or very novel material. We can grab, we can search at any search engine for obtaining, for gaining the material. And the next one is easy to access. But easy to access means it's very simple to say, but very hard to do. I mean, to make access each other, we have to have like a quota or electricity or tool for making it happen. The next is unlimited sources. Okay, by learning online learning is we can get the unlimited sources, and we can efficient using our times very limit, but we can do many more things. Okay, within. The next is save time for coming to the classroom. Before we have to prepare after, for example, we have to prepare quicker if we go to the classroom at 8 o'clock. Before 8 o'clock, we have to many more preparation. And the last one is more adventurous asking. Through learning, through online learning, the student may open the open spur for asking or posing the question directly or indirectly to the lecturer. It means the more advanced asking is mean open open situation, open time for asking, for giving any information to the lecturer. The next is, beside this, the outstanding of the online learning, but also there are many shortnesses of online learning. For example, one is the internet quota. It is the big thing, the big problem in Indonesia. When we want to connect to each other, to make our laptop or cell phone or iPhone connect to someone else, we have to make sure that we have internet quota. The next is need technology skill. Yeah, not simple as we hold our cell phone, okay? But also we have to know, to understand how to operate, how to connect each other, how to connect, make it run well. The next is need time for setting. Yeah, sometimes we want to, like this one, we are conference online. Before we directly talking or speaking like this one, we have need time for setting many more things before. Need creativity means we have to, another way, if you get stuck or lack of anything, a barrier, get barrier in the middle of way, we have to quickly and directly looking for the way out. And next is easy to forget. Means, for example, our rundown of this conference, for example, if we put in our cell phone or our computer, if we don't open, we don't understand well. Different from when we write down on the, or stick on the wall or on the around our desk, like that. The next is supported by electricity. Okay, electricity is the main thing that support or make the connection or everything online learning happen. The next is, okay, this is the tools, very incredible tools for before doing connection online learning. For example, we have to have laptop, iPad, iPhone, PC, or desktop, and so on. The last one is need to control. Control is like a guard, means that we have to double check what we have already done, what's going to happen after maybe 10 minutes, 1 minute or later. And this is one of the very important things. Okay. Next, I would like to explain some concept related to this research about, first one is effective online learning, means facilitate feedback from learner and make learner ask questions and broaden the learner horizon for course content. It's kitten and of 2004. And the second thing is learning is the eye of mind. Yeah, learning is open. The people understand anything. Learning can answer any question posed by anyone else. The only one thing to know everything is come to the learning. So learning is the leading way for understanding anything, to answer anything. The next is technology. Why is technology? Technology is the best when brings people together to connect each other. Because of the technology, we can see each other, we can share each other, we can confer in one time, different position, different place. This is the miracle of the technology. The next is also technology have made easy. So technology make is our connection easy to we can see each other. Okay, even though the remote place in the city center, in any place, never mind. The key point is one is, as Professor Willie just now, motivation. Why motivation is the key point in our learning? Karena because of motivation is if anybody, any learner does not have any motivation, they cannot reach anything. So motivation is the mother or the leading things to grasp, to obtain, to acquire any information, because our willingness to do anything.
Yeah, sorry Pak Alex, we have 1 minute more.
Oh, mashallah. Okay,
Yeah.
let me skipping to the. Okay. Okay, research finding. My research finding is, there are exactly 24 statement, and I asked to the student for giving directly on using online, not physically, but because the title of this research is student response of online learning, especially for in the age of COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, I would like to show you. This one is I'm able easily access online learning as needed for my studies. Okay, there are 44% student response strongly agree. 30% for agree, and the rest is disagree. Only 40 and 12 is strongly disagree. The next is I'm comfortable communicating electronically during the age of COVID pandemic. What were the student response of this statement? Oh, it's very fantastic, okay? 83% student respond strongly agree. And the agree only 4%, and the rest is 30% for the disagree. Yeah, if you try to combine between strongly and agree, it will be 87%. It means the most of the students really feel comfortable communicating electronically during the age of COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, the next question is, I feel that online learning experience will be beneficial to accelerate my study. What does student respond of this statement? Oh, almost 100%. Okay, 82% strongly agree for this statement. Student that online learning experience will beneficial for them. The next.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Alex.
Okay.
Time is over. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the interesting talk, Pak Alex.
Yeah.
Bapak dan Ibu, the questions, if you have questions, you can write the questions in the chat box, and we'll be wait at 12 together with Dr. Fahriani's session. And what I can conclude from this presentation is that students have positive response on online learning. Thank you, Pak Alex. And the next session will be led
by Ibu Eka Sustri Harida, MPD. Okay. Ibu Eka, please.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dr. Anita. Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will continue to the next invited speaker. That is Dr. Amalia Hasana, MPD. She is from
Iya itu kayaknya waktu banyak di tadi.
Ibu Amalia?
Yes.
You been here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Amalia Hasana is a lecturer of English education at UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. She acquired her bachelor degree from Universitas Pajajaran, her master degree from Universitas Sriwijaya, and her Doctor of Education degree from Universitas of Western. She is interested in doing a research in leadership in education, the use of ICT in teaching, and linguistics. And I am Eka Susiharida, Elite EIN Padang Sidempuan as your moderator. Now let's welcome Ibu beautiful invited speaker, Ibu Dr. Amalia Hasana. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the time given to me, Bu Eka. I am Amalia Hasana and I come from UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Today I'm going to share with you small research that I did after finishing my teaching last semester. Now, the title of my presentation is Utilizing Google Classroom as an Online Platform in Hybrid Learning. So I will start my presentation. Okay, so the structure of my presentation will be introduction. In introduction, I will tell you about online learning, hybrid learning, and online platforms. And literature review, literature overview, I will talk about hybrid learning and Google Classroom. And then I will go to the methodology part, and after that, findings and discussion. Okay. Actually, online learning originated in the 1960s with the arrival of the first practical network computers. And then in the 1970s, when Alan Kay and his colleagues in the Learning Research Group at Xerox PAL Research Center developed modern computing, including the mouse and the graphics user interface. And in the 1980s, the beginning of the personal computer or PC era made online learning quite more accessible. And finally, in 1992, when the World Wide Web happened, which made online learning significantly accessible and allowed new pedagogical models to emerge. Okay, due to the condition happening at the moment, Indonesia education system should also adjust from face-to-face learning to online learning. So one of the choice that we have before was hybrid learning. Hybrid learning is described as a learning program where more than one delivery mode is being used with the objective of optimizing the learning outcome. And also where any part of the activities occurring over two different areas, in person and online, can be taken as hybrid learning. So a hybrid learning is considered as effective learning approaches, strategy as it implements different pedagogical types of deliveries. Next, I will talk about online platforms. There are many online platforms, but because of we had sudden change, the most popular one is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is such a low cost and also low effective mode of online platform. The second one is we have Google Classroom. We also have Moodle, and we also have Zoom. I would like to share with you the result of the survey conducted by the Quality Assurance Department of UIN Raden Fatah, where I teach, and the survey was given to 2,960 students. So these are the result of the research. The survey shows that 86.2% of the lecturers used WhatsApp, and 51.4% online platforms, and 41.4% use Moodle, because Moodle is the online learning platform that is used by my university. And the last one is Zoom, which 30.7%. Now, not surprisingly, the online platform chosen by the students also showed similar results, because 70.2% students prefer WhatsApp as their online platforms. Only 80% chose Google Classroom. 8% chose Moodle or e-learning in my university, and Zoom only 3.1%. We're moving to literature overview now. So hybrid learning is, the research about hybrid learning has been around for around 20 years, and most of them were conducted in higher education institutions. So it is considered beneficial because it combines two modes of learning: face-to-face meeting and online learning. And it also incorporates various learning methods, technologies, and delivery styles to correspond particular and individual needs. And also blended learning or hybrid learning is perceived to increase the chance for students to cooperate with their peers, because it allows low proficient students to become more actively involved in online learning discussion, considering the anonymity of their identity. Now, I would like to share with you the history of Google Classroom. Google Classroom was first launched in 12 August 2014, and along the year, the development continued until 2020. In 2015, Google Classroom had a share button for websites, Google Calendar, and mobile apps were also launched. So students and teachers could access Google Classroom for their mobile phone or iPad, or uh, for some Android phone. And in 2017, Google Classroom also allowed personal Google users to join Classroom, create, and also teach Classroom. In 2018, it added classwork, grading interface, and also content by topic. 2019, Google Classroom had 79 new illustrated themes, drag and drop topics. And in 2020, finally, it incorporated Google Meet in their classroom. Google Meet is a video meeting same as Zoom, but because it incorporated in Google Classroom, so it's much easier to be accessed. Now, I have some research finding concerning the use of Google Classroom. So INU found out that the students showed a high level of satisfaction in using Google Classroom to submit online homework due to engaging facilities and applications in it. And also the same study done by Saharani, Jamil, and Rosie also showed that Google Classroom could be seen as alternative in online learning due to its effectiveness as an active learning tools. So a research administered by Dash 2019 pointed out that Google Classroom is cost-effective, effective, and efficient due to no cost in creating online learning resources and its complete facilities. I'm going to move to the methodology. So here I did a quantitative study where I did an online survey by using Google Form given to the students with 10 close-ended questions and one multiple choice question. So from 34 students of Islamic criminal law, only 30 students filled out the survey. So students' name and student numbers were not asked to ensure anonymity. And the findings are going to be described in percentage only. Moving out to findings and discussion. Okay, these are the questions and these are the responses. For the first question I asked, was it easy to operate Google Classroom in the learning process? 28 students answered yes, only 2 students answered no. And the second question, was it easy to access the materials given by the lecturer? 90% of the students answered yes, 3 students answered no. And for the third question, was it easy to submit tasks through Google Classroom? 86.67% of the students answered yes. And the fourth question, did Google Classroom help in submitting the task on time? 29 students replied yes. And was Google Classroom useful in social interaction between students and also students and lecturer? 26 students or 86.67 thought that Google Classroom was useful. And were the feedback from the lecturer through private comments useful? 100% said yes. The same the same response also applied to the question number 7, where the question is that, did the grading system help on checking the progress made? And the 8th question, will you recommend Google Classroom to other lecturers next semester? 80% or 24 students answered yes. And the ninth question, was it satisfying to use Google Classroom? 28 students or 93.33% mentioned that they were satisfied. And the last question, was it convenient to use Google Classroom? 28 students stated that they felt convenient. And then the last multiple choice question was given to the students who answered the last question about was it convenient to use Google Classroom. For those who answer yes, they could go to this question. Meanwhile, who answer no, they don't have to answer the question. So I asked, why did you find it convenient to use Google Classroom? And the reason was that 10 students mentioned that because of its complete feature. And 19 students said that because it's easy to submit the task. And 6 students said that because it provides video meeting. And 13 students because it has clear grading system. And 1 student said that because it is easy to operate. The discussion that after the findings, I will give you some discussion about this, that actually students perceived Google Classroom as a helpful online platform in supporting the blended learning or hybrid learning. Everything stated above was in line with researches conducted by Inu, Shaharani et al., and Dash, which also shared the same result. The only problem was because of the bad internet connection. The student had to submit the task more than once because the lecturers did not receive the task. So they should submit the task over and over again, and it became trouble for them. And Google Classroom could be suggested as one of the solutions for teachers, lecturers, and educational institutions to provide free of charge online learning platform for their students in a hybrid learning situation if it is supported by a proper internet connection. One thing to keep in mind is that online platform or Google Classroom is only used as an assistance. Nothing can replace teacher's role in teaching and learning process. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you, Bu Eka.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Amalia Hasana, for your great presentation today. So you talk about the Google Classroom. Yeah, so
yes.
The conclusion is the Google Classroom is very helpful in online learning, and it is suggested to the student, the teachers, or lecturers to use it as an online, that because it also uses low technology. Thank you, Ibu Amalia. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Your question may be written in the chat book and will read or will answer by the speakers at the end of this session after Ibu Fahriani. After Ibu Fahriani, your question will be answered from Pak Alek, from Bu Amalia, and also for the next. Okay, because our time is over for today, I would like to remind you that you should be here till the end of our event, till the end of this conference, because the link for press will submitted to you at closing ceremonial tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now thank you Ibu Amalia, who has given us great explanation. We are really sorry for all mistakes that we do in this conference. So next, I will give the time. This is the chance for Prof. John Mason from Australia and Ibu Dr. Dwi Vita Heriati as the moderator. So Ibu Vita, are you here?
Yes, Bu Eka, I'm here.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for all mistakes. Bila bisa bilhaq, fastabikul khairat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Eka, Elit IAIN Padang Sidempuan. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bu Eka and Bu Amalia. Thank you, Bu Eka.
Thank you, Ibu.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Can you
warahmatullahi
hear
wabarakatuh.
my sound, Bapak Ibu? Yeah. Okay, Bapak Ibu, I'm Dwi Vita Heriawati. I am Elit Malang. Yeah, it is my pleasure to be the moderator for these sessions. And ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you all our guests of keynote speakers for these sessions, Mr. John Masons, Dr. John Masons. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Dr. Ibu Dwi Vita.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Dr. John Masons. He is a College of Education, Charles Darwin University, and he is an assistant dean for our International. Is it correct, Dr. John Masons?
Yes.
Okay, and also he is a senior lecturer, especially in e-learning, and he has a lot of experience, especially for the use of technology in language learning. Bapak Ibu, please joining the presentation from Pak John Masons. Pak John Masons, please welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Selamat siang semuanya.
Nice opening, Prof.
Siang.
And terima kasih, Dr. Dwi Vita. Thank you for your introduction. Just one minor correction. I have been involved in technology enhanced learning for maybe 3 decades, a long time, but not specifically for language learning. I have some experience in that.
Okay, that's good, Dr. John Masons.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I have some slides. I can share my screen, yes?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, so let me just share my other screen. Is it sharing? Yes, no?
Yes, I can see your PPT.
Okay.
Yes.
No problem. Okay, so then let me just get this going. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm very honored to be a participant and a speaker at this conference, and I'm very grateful to the invitation from my colleagues that I met last year from UIN in Surakarta. So I'm grateful for the invitation, and I hope that my slides will be informative for you. I joined your session a little bit earlier, and I heard some of what Pak Willie had to say. I didn't hear all of that, but I logged in time to download the ebooks, which was very useful. I also had an opportunity to listen to Dr. Alec and Dr. Ibu Amalia. I also think I heard some chickens in the background at one stage, and I couldn't help but think how wonderful it is to have an international conference with the chickens from the home backyard calling out. So that makes me feel very comfortable to be talking on a Sunday. So then, First up, I also wanted to just pause for a moment, because as I logged onto my phone this morning, I saw a message in my Twitter noting that Sir Ken Robinson, many of you will know, a wonderful, inspiring educator from the UK, just passed away overnight. So then, the theme of the conference is a question there about the post-pandemic era. But for me, the main question about this is, when, in fact, will that be? How much longer do we need to deal with this situation, and perhaps how much worse might it become? So while I think it's very useful for us to be putting plans in place for how we might rebuild and renew our education systems post-pandemic, I think there's a lot of thinking that we have to go through yet, and I'm optimistic usually, but I'm very, very cautiously optimistic at this stage because of the pandemic. I'm still, in fact, very worried about the way things might turn out in this next 12 months. So then, before I get into the content of my presentation, I'll just say a few words about myself as well. Just a few other words apart from the introduction. So here's a photo of me just out in the local national park. A couple of weeks ago, we had the good fortune to be funded to take out 20 international PhD students who are studying at Charles Darwin University. We took them out to the national park, to Kakadu, to take in the scenery and also engage with a little bit of the local Indigenous culture out there. Here's a photo of the people who were going out. I think most of the photos we have some social distancing. Unfortunately, some of the photos not as good social distancing, but we are trying to practice that. So this next slide describes my research interests. My current research interests. This is a diagram actually that I used in my PhD studies, and in fact I did a late PhD. I've been in the university system, in and out of the university system and government services for the last 30 years. I was originally, on entering the university system, I was working in information technology services support, and prior to that I was involved in music education. But so it's been difficult to find the time to complete a PhD, but I finally did that. And when I did that, these are the topics that interest me most. These issues around working in the digital environment, how we question in the digital environment, how we make sense of the world, how we make sense of things in the digital environment, and therefore issues around the human-computer interface and all these things. This is the most complex slide I'm going to put in front of you, but I just wanted to give you a flavour of the kinds of things that are getting my attention when I have time to do research. Very much involved in the relationship between questioning and inquiry, and in particular, I'm interested in changing the dynamics of the traditional way we teach, where the teacher is often the source of the questioning. I'm very interested in how to empower students to be asking their own questions and to be driving the learning from those questions. If there's a message, I guess, that I'd like to put out there today, that is that there's two sides to this coin with digital technology, and I think that Dr. Alec also talked about that when describing the outstanding features of e-learning. He was talking about both the upside of technology and the downside, the possibility for misinformation and frustration and other aspects of technology, and these two things go together. At the moment, I think we're benefiting from how technology can help, but there's always the potential there for it to go the other way. So my view at the moment on the upside of the impact of COVID is that it's providing us with an opportunity to pause and to rethink, reconcile ourselves with this situation of a worldwide pandemic and all the terrible things that it's been bringing with it. A huge impact on education worldwide, with so many schools shut and so many children out of access to education at the moment. So I also think it's a time to be thinking about how we might reset and renew, perhaps recalibrate the systems as we go forward. And so while I think there's an urgency about all of this, and there's an urgency in what we're doing and in how we're using the technology to stay connected, I think that's wonderful. I think there is also an opportunity here for us to rethink how we might fine-tune the way that we use technology online. And that's just a reminder for me that I should make more time to make use of my Duolingo and practice my Bahasa Indonesia and also my Mandarin when I'm trying to learn other languages. In the last few years, there was an interesting book that was published by Thomas Friedman, quite a celebrated journalist from the New York Times, titled "Thank You for Being Late." And in this book, there's a very interesting message all about the pace of change that we're in and our ability, the human ability to adapt to the change that we're in. Now, this graph here just tries to show that there's a gap here between where we are with technology, the innovation happening with technology more broadly. This is beyond our ability to just have Zoom conferences and Google meetups and things like that. But where technology is going with AI and the Internet of Things, this huge exponential growth in innovation around technology is causing a bit of a problem here, or a gap between our ability to adapt to this situation. What Thomas Friedman talks about then is this two key words he uses. He talks about the age of acceleration, acceleration in innovation with digital technology, and therefore all the tools we might use for learning in digital environments, but also this word disruption. The word disruption has been quite prominent in the literature around technology-enhanced learning for quite some time. I remember when I was at the University of Melbourne in the mid-1990s, the Vice-Chancellor at that stage was talking about the huge disruption that the World Wide Web was having on established Sandstone University education. And he saw that as a major disruption, but he also saw that it was important that we adopt a mindset around mainstreaming the digital revolution for education. So we can respond or react to this world of disruption in a number of different ways. But the main point here is that disruption seems to be ever present, particularly in this world of digital technology, to such a point that we even start to see this terminology coming out here around disruption fatigue. And if you look at all the various technologies listed here around AI and gamification and cloud computing and blockchain, wearable technologies, all these things, there's so much happening, so much innovation happening all the time, disrupting current businesses, etc., reinventing the way we do things. Perhaps we're getting a little bit fatigued in this process as well. Having said that, I noticed this again, in my Twitter feed this morning, there was a little news item all around Google, and it was great to see the timeline that Dr. Ibu Amalia just presented for us in terms of the evolution of the Google Classroom so quickly in about 6 years or so. Right at the pointy end of the timeline, we now have these kinds of headlines emerging that Google has got a plan to disrupt the college degree. And Google's new certificate program is only going to take 6 months to complete, and it'll be a fraction of the cost of normal college. So we see this kind of hyped up commentary in the media quite regularly when we're trying to keep pace with innovation in digital technology, and we're trying to make sense of perhaps how we might plan best for the future. Of course, human beings aren't the only ones who have to face disruption, and I've put this slide here with these chimpanzees from Africa, just to remind us that we do, as human beings, also live in ecosystems, and that the ecosystems we're living in are being disrupted all the time. And I look at this picture and I also wonder whether these chimpanzees might experience disruption fatigue from time to time. So in terms of the COVID-19 impact, I think there's 2 points here. Two really important points, and that is that the disruption that's happening is not led by the digital innovation that we've been experiencing relentlessly for these last few decades. You know, so many innovations and revolutions all the time with digital technology. But at the same time, we're using digital technology to stay connected, and we're all very familiar now with how to use Zoom for our meetings, for our meetings in our organisations, and also for webinars and that kind of thing. Also, however, we've also had these kinds of broader challenges happening in higher education for many years. These are the standard kinds of what can be called the grand challenges in higher education for every single university or college that's delivering higher education. These are the kinds of things that all the senior leaders in the universities worry about all the time. These issues around student success, financial health, reputation and relevance, and external competition. This graphic here, I lifted out of a recent article, just it was from last week actually, out of EDUCAUSE Review. Some of you may pay attention to that, that publication. It's been a very useful publication in higher education for some decades now, coming out of the US. And in this particular article, it's added in a new 5th grand challenge to higher education as a consequence of COVID-19. And if we look here closely at this purple icon here, we have these 3 key items: crisis mitigation, health and safety, and then digital transformation. So digital transformation has also been terminology that's been happening for quite some time. And just by the way, I was also pleased to listen to Dr. Alex's presentation before, where he spent some time talking about the terminology and how we need to understand the terms that we use frequently to make sure that we are actually communicating and on the same page. So then, behind that, we also have common challenges of going online. Now, obviously, there's it was also good to listen to the last two presenters talk about the positive uptake of technology in this transition time that we're in. Most of that research was a good news story in listening to it. But behind that, we do have these common challenges of going online. It's not always a positive story, and it's not really always a story of equity of access. It's great if we've got all this technology at our fingertips and we're the beneficiaries of it, but not every community has the same kind of access that we're enjoying today to be able to participate in this kind of conference. We also have problems of unstable connectivity. We have that here in the Northern Territory in Australia. Sometimes a lot of our remote communities that participate in education at Charles Darwin University are way out in remote living circumstances where the connectivity either does not exist or it's very, very unstable. And I'm sure it's probably a similar story in parts of Indonesia as well. Then we have these problems of intermittent or no access to computers or smartphones, and then a lack of familiarity with the digital environments. We've been hearing for a long time now, 2 decades, this terminology around digital natives and digital immigrants, and digital natives being the terminology that's being used to refer to the next generations, the generations who are born with digital devices all around them, and so they have a much easier entry pathway into becoming familiar with the digital environments. And I think that's very true. But the other observation I have from having been in this field for some time now is that I'm also experiencing a situation whereby the new generations aren't in fact as digitally savvy as they would think that they might be, and in fact often their skill set is limited to only a certain band of applications or services or devices, and they often lack a breadth of familiarity or perhaps even a willingness to explore other kinds of environments. And this has a spillover effect with educators. There's been a perennial need for teachers to be provided with the opportunity for ongoing professional development so that the familiarity with the evolving digital environments is something that they can access and gain confidence with by having that common access. Then, of course, we have distractions. Sometimes we talk about IT as not just being information technology, but also being an interruption technology, particularly as a consequence of social media and all the pinging and alerts that we might get on our phones from time to time. It can be very, very challenging to stay concentrated and on task. Then we have issues around assessment and how do we ensure when we're conducting examinations, for example, online or any kind of test online, that the person being tested is in fact the person that has signed up to be tested. So there's lots of issues there. And then, of course, teacher readiness and the skills. I've already talked about that in terms of familiarity. Okay, then. So with that underlying background picture, I think what I was trying to present there was that we have this ongoing evolution of this digital revolution, of this transformation, if you like, of education as a consequence of digital technology. This has been happening for some decades and is going to continue to happen, no doubt, in that broader sense. as the impact of Industry 4.0, for example, becomes Education 4.0. There's lots of things going on in the background. So the situation with COVID, though, tends to locate our attention about what we can do right now in the here and now to stay connected. And if we look around on the web at the moment in our free time, just browsing, we can find all sorts of things that are useful for us in our work at the moment. And so if we're involved in English language teaching and we do a little bit of searching, within a very short time, we can find a whole range of very interesting resources that can support us. In fact, in many ways, I think we're at a point in time where the kinds of resources we do have access to, we're a little bit spoiled for choice. So the challenge becomes one of making decisions, discerning choices about the kinds of resources that we ought to be using in our teaching and learning. Another example here is the large Japanese company Rakuten, launched a few years ago this service called Super English as a comprehensive English learning service. Of course, this company is just about in every kind of sector in the economy. It's not an education company necessarily at all. In fact, it's much more of a company focused on entertainment, but it's very, very interesting to see that these kinds of companies are also entering the marketplace, providing services around things like English learning. And if we look at this slide here, if you go to that link there, if you want to follow up later and look at my slides, you'll in that YouTube is quite an interesting presentation about the move from the conventional classroom to the flipped classroom and how all the resources that Rakuten can provide in terms of entertainment can help you in the process of learning English. So these kinds of resources are everywhere on the web at the moment. In terms of advice, I also like to look at some of the broader initiatives that are going on and are auspiced by entities such as UNESCO. I think UNESCO has been doing some incredibly amazing things, really. That UNESCO has been very, very agile in a sense, particularly via its website in terms of the information that it's providing, its advice. And if you go to this website that UNESCO started building back in March, you will see there's a whole range of very interesting resources here about varieties of solutions, say distance learning solutions, whereby you might have poor internet connectivity, but you can still conduct distance learning, a range of apps that you can use in offline situations. There's a range of opportunities and good advice happening from UNESCO. And so you can also contribute your story here and participate. You might recognize a familiar face there. There's a Indonesian girl, Nanda, talking about her experience, and just like the two research papers that have been reported on this morning, the general sense of the experience so far is a very positive one about learning from home and learning with the digital technology tools. I've already mentioned Google, but Google is involved in so many different things. And I remember just also, by the way, prior to Google Classroom being developed, there was something called Google Apps for Education, and it was almost like their prototype environment for Google Classroom. This was back in 2012. And so Google has been interested in education for quite some time. And I know that they're attempting to get even bigger, as I indicated in that previous slide. But recently, just on August the 14th, so very, it was only last week, I believe, 10 days ago, Google also launched this Anywhere School. And in this Anywhere School 2020 is a whole range of free resources, resources to support teachers, resources to support parents and students learning and teaching from home, and then also being able to get started with Google for Education. I also had a bit of a look at what's happening. I've been looking through some of the Indonesian media in the last few months as well, and it's interesting to see similar kinds of commentary here about the transformation of the education system. We get the same kind of commentary happening here, and it's not necessarily something that's just about Indonesian, but it seems to be prevalent globally. Was that someone who just wanted to ask a question? I heard.
Yeah.
All is good? Okay. So then, and then we also see these kinds of commentaries too about COVID-19 presenting opportunities. So I'm interested in this notion of the opportunity that we have here in terms of rethinking and recalibrating the way that we do teach online and the way we connect with each other. And so there's a couple of questions in my mind from this. And so these two questions actually come from the Jakarta Post. Will the education system survive the pandemic? And what is to become of the Indonesian youth and the system in the future? I think it's a very, very big questions. They're not just questions that apply to Indonesia, but questions that apply globally all around the world. And in my mind, these questions are probably more acutely experienced in some parts of the world than others. From a UNESCO point of view, of course, we've had this broader agenda happening for quite some time. This idea of the Millennium Development Goals, which were articulated back at the change of the millennium, and then in 2015 they were re-articulated in terms of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in the main theme, of course, coming through these sustainable development goals is this idea of sustainability. How can we do things going forward that will be sustainable? And of course, Sustainable Development Goal number 4 is all about a quality education, and it's all about not leaving anybody behind. So I wonder about how, in fact, this how will we proceed going forward from the pandemic in terms of not just being able to continue delivering quality education, but being able to provide it for those marginalised in the community, those people who haven't been able to continue to have access, those people who are dropping out of the system. So then there was also a report that was just published in this last week by the UN, a policy brief of education during COVID-19 and beyond. And there was 4 key messages that were coming out of this policy brief from the UN. And I find these 4 points very, very, very important here. It's, of course, at the top, you would expect to see this dot point here about suppressing the transmission of the virus, but also to plan thoroughly for school reopenings. Then to protect education financing, I think this is a really interesting piece of policy advice, and in terms of the impact that has on ongoing coordination, and then building resilient education systems that are equitable. How do we do that when all of a sudden we've moved from a situation where there's nearly 1.6 billion children worldwide who are affected by this situation with COVID, not having access to education. And this idea of reimagining education and accelerating change in teaching and learning. So all this policy advice here, of course, is directed towards certain stakeholders in education systems. It is directed towards the policy makers out there in our universities and school systems and regulatory authorities who preside over those. So then a new question that comes to my mind is that will the current response of emergency remote learning that's happening, how sustainable will that be? Will we be able to carry that on for the next 12 months or even 2 years if we need to do that? And how might we change that? I noticed that I found some other research just recently from Myla Rahim, doing some research on emergency remote learning in Indonesia. And unfortunately, what she was finding here is that students, from her research, were starting to complain about this kind of independent learning, where the technology is forcing each of us to be a little bit more self-directed and independent in our own learning. So I thought this was a very interesting finding. So let me just pause there for a minute just to see, we're going okay with time, and everybody happy? Was there any questions coming through? All good? Okay, I'll just proceed then. And so the COVID-19 impact, digital transformation, how do we deal with the digital transformation that's going to be necessary for us to take on board? Not just the emergency response, not just learning how to engage our students in classrooms in WhatsApp meetings and Edmodo and Google Meetup and Zoom and all those kinds of tools that we need to become familiar with very, very quickly. But how can we think about this idea of digital transformation in a really strategic sense, in a planning mindset as we go forward? Noting here from the same article that there's a very, very different characteristic of digital transformation from just digitization of content or digitalization of the process or experience. It's a stepwise process to really transform the institutions and to transform the systems that develop education. And of course, this is where this is something we might aim to be doing. This might be something that we think we might have control of, but at the same time, as I was pointing out previously, with the aspirations of the big corporations such as Google entering into the education market and trying to disrupt it, we're going to find all sorts of new challenges in the way that we will come together in our teaching and learning activities. So a timeline that I've been progressively putting together ever since I first began working in the university system at the University of Melbourne prior to the web. I've noticed all these big moments in in the digital revolution. I won't go into detail here, but what I wanted to draw from this is that I often sum it up as three phases of the web, where there's been three pivotal technologies that have driven the evolution and the revolution of the web, and how we've applied that to our teaching and learning. And I talk about these in terms of search, social, and smart. And search was obviously the first big technology that made so many things happen so quickly in terms of our web browsing experience. And then the impact of the social media revolution, and of course more recently the impact of smart technologies, reconfiguring things, and the introduction of AI-based technologies. I sometimes wonder whether in fact there is a fourth phase emerging at the moment, and it's a challenge for us whether we will continue to make smart decisions, or whether or not we might make a stupid turn with all of this, if we think about that gap between our ability to adapt, to change, the difference there between that and the exponential trajectory that the technology innovation is on. Other agencies out there, such as UNICEF, have also they also put out some very interesting research about the kinds of questions for teachers at the moment in terms of their experience, and it's interesting to have a look at these kinds of timely advisories as well. And so these 11 questions for teachers, what they told UNICEF was the hardest part about moving their classes online has been the time pressure. So this makes me wonder about the emergency response that is happening. Of course we have to do that, and there is a time pressure there, but I also wonder whether or not we're not making enough, we should be making more time, taking more time from the situation we're in to think carefully and more clearly about what it is we're going to do going forward. I've got this slide here because of my interest in questions, the Right Question Institute. I won't talk about that right now. I think because I'd like to actually have some questions from anyone today participating. So then, to take another big picture view on all of this, the other important thing that has happened in the background over the last few decades and is a reality now is this necessity to be shifting our mindsets towards the learner-centered design and the learner-centered experience online. So if we think about learner-centered design and trying to teach in a learner-centered way, then there's all sorts of resources and advice about this on the web as well. And of course, my message about this too is that while the learner is at the center, the learner is not everything here. The learner exists within a community, and I think there's a bigger message here that's possibly more important. It is about the learning community, the community of learners, and how we're staying connected during this period and post-pandemic. As I said, there's lots of representations here about learner-centeredness and what that means. In terms of the community, I think I've put this here because I thought it would be useful if you haven't come across it before, but it's a very, very useful pedagogical framework to be thinking about, or a theoretical framework for that matter, about how we should be guided when we're teaching and learning online, particularly when we're dealing with larger groups of learners. This idea of the community of inquiry was developed by Randy Garrison some 15 years or so ago in Canada. And there's a lot of literature about this, but it's a very, very useful framework to guide us in the way that we structure and sequence our activities online with our learners and with others, trying to achieve this optimum educational experience by bringing together the social, the cognitive, and the teaching, but all in this sense of establishing good, strong presence.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Jensen.
Yes.
The time is
marching on.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
2 more
So
minutes.
I can wrap up. I can wrap up. In fact, I would really welcome. I can in fact welcome questions at this stage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No problem.
Thank you very much for your nice presentations. Okay, now it's time to question and answer sessions.
Please.
I have selected from the chat room. Here is the questions. This pandemic also give impact to parents who also would they also become teachers at home in distant learning in terms of parent readiness? What thing that the parents should prepare to face emergency remote learning? This is the question from Ibu Dian Novita from UB, Universitas Brawijaya Malang. Would you answer now?
Okay, so okay, so let me just try to do that. So I caught some of that. I'm sorry. I need you to just repeat some of it. It's about the challenge of home learning, yes, and
yes,
from some and from UPI.
Yeah.
Some are from Bandung.
Okay. Yeah. This is the questions that's about the impact for the parents. Will they also become teachers at home in distant learning in terms of parent readiness? That things that parents should prepare. What the parents should prepare to face the emergency remote learnings?
Okay, so our parents are our teachers anyway. I think, of course, that situation is there, but it's also very, very interesting. We have several very, very well-designed apps, applications such as Edmodo, that also enable parents to be monitoring, to be participating in our children's education. So in some ways, parents as participants in education is not new. What is new, I guess, is the challenge of the lockdown and having to be at home in such constrained circumstances. So I guess the parents have a particular role in terms of maintaining the human, the softer side of human contact, and the contact we're getting, the connectivity we have with others in a digital sense is wonderful, but in many respects it's limited too. It needs to be balanced by that real world contact. But of course it's a challenge for parents because in many situations parents will not be able to deal with some of the content. For example, whether it's in mathematics or some science subject or whatever it is. So yeah, but having said that, I believe that there's a surplus of support services in a way there that are available on the net already that are focused on supporting parents through this period.
Okay, thank you. And the second questions from Utari Rustam, students of EIN Parepare, South Sulawesi. Prof. John Mason, since students in secondary school nowadays are from digital native, while their teachers are not, would you mind sharing us, as the teachers who are from non-digital native, sometimes in how to minimize the gap of familiarity with technology between students and teachers in teaching English in the classroom by using technology?
So one thing I've discovered in my few times that I've visited Indonesia is the ubiquity of the smartphone in Indonesia, and how everybody seems to use WhatsApp as the primary way to communicate, and so I know there's a challenge for use of smartphones in schools, and different schools have different policies about that. But I do see that maybe having some special allocated time for using certain kinds of apps with smartphones that connect the real world of the children's experience, because they do this out of school anyway. Connecting that with the content of the curriculum is important, and there is always going to be some kind of gap, some kind of generation gap in terms of mindset and understanding and all those things. But in fact, I think the teachers can be just as up to speed with the technology use as the kids can. I'm not sure whether that answers the question as well as the questioner would like it, but I'm not quite sure what to say there.
Okay. Can I just add
Yes.
my bit?
Yeah. Okay. Please, Pak Willy.
Pak Willy.
Really?
Yes.
Pak Willy still here.
Now here's the thing. People like us will never be able to compete with the younger kids in terms of, being able to use a variety of applications or digital tools. We can't and we don't need to compete with them. But there's one thing that we are better. Many of our students are digital users, but they are not digital learners yet. I think we are much better because we have had a lot of learning experience. We have had a lot of teaching experience. I think we can use a small number of digital tools and really know how to use them for teaching and learning purposes. So what we need to do is to help our students to become digital learners. We can't compete with them on the usage bit. They are faster, they know a lot more tools, but they are not good at using digital technology for learning purposes yet. And that actually is one of the reasons why the past few years, we have seen a lot of people using technology because of the COVID-19. The results have been disappointing.
Yeah.
Not because technologies were bad, but because the kids are not good at learning using technologies. And having said that, some teachers are also not good at using technology for teaching and learning purposes. But I think between the two, I think we'll be able to learn faster in terms of using technology for teaching and learning purposes. I think what we need is just learning how to use maybe 5 different tools. That's all you need. Don't try to learn like 50 different tools. You will be completely confused, and the students will also be completely confused. Just pick 2 or 3 useful tools for teaching purposes. That's
I think.
Terima
kasih banyak, Pak Willy. I agree with you about that, and I think that's a very important point about being able to teach our learners how to learn. For sure, I think that the one thing I would add to that mix is that to go back to the question itself as well, and that is. I think it's really important in this digital age for teachers to have an exploratory mindset and a willingness to explore the digital environment in ways with their students. In some cases, we even had situations where the students are teaching the teachers by the teacher showing that willingness to be led, to be shown. Oh, what does this app do? How do we use this in an effective way. So empowering students that way to also be teachers is perhaps another way to think about that.
Okay, that's great. So the emphasizing is the students should be learned. Yeah. The third question is from Mr. Ignatius Tri Endarto from Yogyakarta. The question is addressed to Prof. John Masons. In your view, what fundamental changes should universities and teachers make to stay relevant in the foreseeable future with all this new normality? Thank you for your interesting presentations.
I wish I had a simple answer to that. Universities, it seems, are notoriously slow in their ability to adapt to change. In some ways, they are very, very slow. But I think what is happening at the moment, which is on the plus side, is that I think this reaching out and ensuring that all our students, all our community are connected and that we're communicating with each other. I think that's a fundamental thing that we have to be doing in a routine way every single day.
Okay, that's great. Dr. John Masons. Okay, Bapak Ibu still have any question for our keynote speaker, Dr. John Masons? Please, any other question from Bapak Ibu participants here?
I did forget to say before. Also, Dr. Ibu Dwi Fita, I forgot to congratulate everyone for the celebration of 75 years of independence.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. John Mason.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Bapak Ibu, if you still have any questions, we still have about 3 minutes for asking questions directly to Dr. John Mason.
Ibu Vita?
Yeah, Bulika?
I would like to say thank you to Professor John Mason. Thank you so much, Professor John Mason. I'm Lika, the president of Elite Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this, and I wish that you have a great success over the next day and a half in the rest of your event. And I hope you all manage to stay safe and keep well. And I look forward to communicating with you at another time. Okay.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay. Dr. John Mason, it is one question more. How to make learners to be digital learners? How to make learners to be digital learners?
Well, first of all, I think we have to learn how to ask questions. And there is not enough questioning happening in the classroom that comes from the student. I think a lot of our education system in the past is too much focused on structured content and not enough focused on the way that the students, in fact, make their own sense of the world, and the way that they do that is happening inside their own heads with their own questions. And so if we can do things to facilitate students asking questions with the technology, then I think that's how we can make them digital learners. I mean, learning is learning, whether you're interfacing with digital technology or a motor car or whatever it is. We're going to be learning in all kinds of contexts, and so learning is learning. But I think the one thing that really would develop digital learning better would be to facilitate this process of questioning. And I also say that because the digital environment has been so dominated by the instant fast food kind of thinking about search and quick access to information. That's useful. But I don't think that search it really does justice to the process of questioning. So I think the more that we can strengthen and facilitate students asking questions in this environment, the better the outcomes.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Ibu. Well, thank you also to Dr. John Masons. Pak Willy.
Yes, add one
Okay, Pak
thing.
Willy.
Yes,
Yeah.
one point. I think John
Yeah.
made a very nice point about, you know, empowering, encouraging students to ask questions. That has always been a very important skill, whether, you know, whether with or without technology. Another thing with technology is this. I think we need to also teach students how to develop their digital literacy. One of the big things is to teach students how to filter information, how to search and filter information. Screening information, extremely important. Because students can ask questions and they should also learn how to answer their own questions by looking at reliable sources. Nowadays, the teacher is not the main source of information. So very often teachers don't know the answers, but the internet is there. It has a lot of resources. The answers are there somewhere. But what we need to teach our students is to show them, to teach them how to find the most useful and the most reliable information from the internet.
Yeah, even more so. Thank you, Pak Willy. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Willy. That's great. Yeah. Thank you also to Dr. John Masons. Yeah. Bapak Ibu, that's the presentation from Dr. John Masons. Thank you very much for Dr. John Masons, and also thank you for Pak Willy Renandia. Okay, Bapak Ibu, thank you for your nice participation in these sessions. I hope you enjoy the program, and I look forward to your participations in the next agenda for today and tomorrow. Okay, Bapak Ibu, let's give a big applause to Bapak Dr. John Masons. Thank you very much. Okay, the next
picture. Bu Vita, take a picture.
Okay, take a picture. Come on. Wait. Okay, Bapak Ibu, let you open your video. We will have take a picture together with Dr. John Masons and Pak Willy Renandia and also our invited speakers. Okay. Mohon yang belum menyalakan videonya, dinyalakan. Let me counting. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. The next we have 8 slides. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oke, Bapak Ibu yang sudah menyalakan videonya, kami mohon dinyalakan. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, okay. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Again, big applause to Mr. John Masons and Pak Willy Renandia and also our invited speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
For the next session, my colleague Ibu Santi from Palembang, Bu Santi, will lead the discussion with the next presenters. Please welcome Bu Santi Erliana. I cannot catch your voice, Bu Santi. Hello, Bu Santi, are you there?
Belum dengar suaranya. Bu
Nah,
Santi.
okay.
Oh, Bu
Can
Santi.
catch you. Yeah, okay.
Audionya.
Okay, Bu Santi. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Masih semangat Bapak Ibu?
Semangat.
Masih semangat. Iya, okay. I'm Santi Erliana. I'm from Plenary. I'm going to be your moderator right now. In this session, we are going to have Ibu Dr. Fahriani, MPD. Ibu Fahri, are you here?
Yes, I am here, Bu Santi.
Okay. Well, Ibu Fahri is one of the associate professor in UIN Jakarta. She has been teaching in UIN Jakarta since 2010. Am I correct, Bu?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. For your information, Bapak Ibu, Bu Fahriani's specialization is English education, TOEFL, curriculum development, and second language acquisition. And she is also one of Elite Association Advisory Boards. So she is one of the important person in Elite Association, Bapak Ibu. Okay, Bu Fahrian is going to talk about technology in enhancing students' autonomy and English proficiency in the post-pandemic era. So, Bapak Ibu, if you have question about Ibu Fahriani's presentation later, please kindly write in the chat box, or you can ask directly if we still have time. Okay, well, without any further ado, please welcome Ibu Fahriani. Time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you, Bu Santi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, from morning we have a very nice presentation. Start with Pak Willy, and then Pak Alek and Bu Amalia. And just now we have Prof. John Mason from Australia. Now, maybe my discussion today is about the conclusion of the topic that we have discussed this morning, that technology can change the attitude of our student, especially in enhancing the autonomy of our student. So actually, this is my preliminary study. Yeah, so from this forum, I hope many suggestions and also critics for my preliminary research. So why technology is very important, we have discussed, from any point of view in this morning discussion. So why technology and also why autonomy learning? If we see that the most very popular technology that we use today by teacher and also by student is smartphone. Yeah, we have development of the phone become, now we use what we call as a smartphone. And also the most important one that we use today is computer and also notebook. Yeah, so a notebook is also very important in today's activity of the learnings. Yeah, so from this morning we have discussed any kind of research and also literature review about the use of technology in, especially in the teaching of English as a foreign language in Indonesia, or teaching English as a second language. If we see that the student autonomy is often defined as learners' ability to take control of their own learning. However, the development of student autonomy is widely varied depending on teachers' role and overall classroom environment. In other words, if teachers have different knowledge or perspective regarding student autonomy or different abilities to implement a system rich in student choice and self-directness, the impact on student autonomy would be different. Belief are mental construction of experience that guide a person's behavior. This is also a very old research. Yeah? Such beliefs are formed either through personal experiences or influences from other people's. Then, depending on the belief system, teachers may or may not provide a climate that promotes student autonomy. Especially in this era, most of students, especially elementary students, of course, their parents accompany our students when they are learning at home. Therefore, there is a pressing need to a certain language teachers' belief about student autonomy. In response, this paper seeks to examine a comprehensive view of English teachers on student autonomy in language classroom, focusing on how technology may enhance student autonomy involvement in language classroom. So technology, as what Prof. Willy say, it's only help our student. The use of technology and student autonomy. According to Cohen 2001, making choices about learning contents and process, reflecting on their learning process and being aware of their achievement and discovering new needs are the essential part of developing student autonomy. In the word, to develop learner autonomy, it is crucial for learners to have opportunities to reflect on what they have done and how they achieve their personal learning goals. In addition, the continuous interaction between teachers and learners will also provide teachers with opportunities to reflect on their own teaching and to be aware of what is in their student minds. Writing journals or diaries can also be used for this purpose. Yeah? Learners can easily keep a record of their individual reflection on their learning experiences in computers. As what Pak Willy say, that using digital storytelling is also can be implemented to improve our student English proficiency. Technology has often been used for repetitive practice, for language learning with authentic audio and also video text. The practice of pronunciation, spelling, and grammar are popular examples of using technology as a tool for language learning. Research that examine the perspective of teachers often investigate the impact of using technology broadly on language learning rather than focusing on aspect of learner autonomy. In addition, few studies employ quantitative measures to statistically triangulate qualitatively discover teachers' belief in order to fully capture the various perceptions of teachers about learner autonomy, especially with the issues of using technology to promote it. The method of this study, the subject of this preliminary study were 30 students of 6th semester English Education Faculty of Educational Science in UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta 2019 and 2020 academic years. So the questionnaire was distributed in Google Form. How is the finding, the result of the study? Based on the data, it was found that the finding of this research that some changes have come in classes beside the teaching method because chalk and talk teaching method is not sufficient to effectively teach English. It's supported by Rehan and Loeb 2012 state that with a well-planned classroom setting, learners learn how to learn efficiently. Technology enhanced teaching environment is more effective than lecture-based class. Teachers should find methods of applying technology as a useful learning instrument for their students, although they have not learned technology and are not able to use it like a computer expert. The application of multimedia also make use of print, text, film, and internet to enhance student linguistic knowledge. Yeah. The use of print, film, and internet gives students the chance to collect information and offers them different material for the analysis and also interpretation of both language and context. Ex-Bu Amalia use Google Classroom. Yeah. So in this research, I asked the student any kind of technology that we use in our classroom during pandemic era. The application of technology has considerably changed English teaching methods. It provides so many alternatives as making teaching interesting and more productive in terms of advancement. So the usage of multimedia text, such as a multimedia text in our classroom, assists students become familiar with vocabulary, and also language structures. The application of multimedia also make use of print text, film, and internet that to enhance student linguistic knowledge. So the use of print, film, and internet gives students the chance to collect information and offer them different material for analysis and interpretation of both language and also context. Come to our conclusion of this presentation that information and communication technologies, or ICTs, have some benefit for teaching and learning. They are, first, students play an active role, which can help them retain more information. The second of the conclusion of this preliminary study, that students can become more independent. Finally, students can process new learner-based educational material and their language learning skill can increase. So this forum is very important for us to discuss that, as what Prof. Willy said, that technology is not all. The most important is the teacher. I think that's all, Bu Santi, my short presentation. Thank you very much. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, Bapak Ibu, that's the presentation from Ibu Fahriani. Now, when I read here, you haven't asked questions related to Bu Fahriani's presentation. Well, we still have lots of time today for this session. So if you have question, not only for Bu Fahriani, because we did not have time for Pak Alek and also Bu Amalia's session. So Bapak Ibu, if you have question related to Pak Alek as well as Ibu Amalia and also Bu Fahriani's presentation, would you please ask question? I'm going to give you 3 questions first. Bapak Ibu, please. Okay, Pak Alek, are you here, Pak?
I'm here.
Yeah. I believe one of the question, Pak Adan, when I check the chat box here, I believe Pak Adan have question related to your presentation. Pak Adhan, are you here? Adan from Yogyakarta? No? Okay, let me read the question. Well, the question is already asked actually by Ibu Vita to Prof. John Mason, but I'm going to ask you the same question because it is also related to all the speaker actually, not only for you, Pale. So in your presentation or in your PowerPoint, you mentioned there are some students who agree and some students are disagree, right? Pak Alex?
Okay.
Yes. Pak Adam would like you to tell him about how many students that disagree with the use of remote learning. Do you have that data? How many students disagree with the use of remote learning, Pak?
Okay, okay.
Alex?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, you may answer the question.
Okay. You know, my total number of the participant of my research is 98 or almost 100 student. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of them, 67%, really or strong agree with the statement. All the statement I gave to the student. The total number of the statement are 24 statements. But the yield, the total number from the total number of the statement, there are almost 70% students agree with the statement given. Okay, even though not only one, because the very different aspect asking to the student about the using of technology, especially online learning. Okay.
So we can conclude that most students agree with that, yeah, Pak, yeah?
Yeah, most
With
of
the
the
use of
students agree.
Most of the students agree. Well, I hope that answer your questions, Pak Adan. I also have one question for you, Pak Alek, from Pak Gafur. Okay, let me read it for you, yeah, Pak Alek, yes?
Yeah, okay, okay.
Pak Gafur asked you a question. According to you, which one is better? Face-to-face learning, online or blended learning? But that's according to your experience. Which one do you think, which do you prefer, or which one is better? Is it face-to-face, online, or blended learning?
Okay, okay. Thank you. It's my brother Pak Gafur from
Palu.
Palu. Okay, and Ibu Santi is very interesting way to chair this discussion. I think. Okay, but asking about which one is better about blended or face-to-face. Yeah, exactly. Is depend upon the situation. If in real situation as we done before, I think a real one and face-to-face is more covered anything. But online learning is very limited and very many more shortness about learning, teaching on learning process using online. Okay, even though we have to appreciate about learning using technology. Okay, that is all for me.
So it depends on the situation, ya, Pak, ya? All right. Okay, Pak Gafur, I hope that will answer your question. Okay. Wow. Pak Abdurrahman also asked question for you, Pak.
Okay, nice. I'm so happy to hear from you.
Okay. Okay, this is from Pak Abdurrahman. Online learning is assumed not to be effective. Do you agree with that? And tell us why.
Okay, many aspects can support for especially for online learning. Okay, as I mentioned just now on my view or my presentation or slide just before, there are some limitation of using technology, especially in online learning. For example, if our electricity and connectivity and quota and many other things is if it is lack or not provided at the time, the happen will go. I mean, not good. Okay, not running well the activity of learning. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And the next question, Pak.
Oh.
Pak Abdurrahman.
Fine.
Bonus satu ya Pak Abdurrahman ini, guys. How can online learning activities meet or reach the effective domain of learning?
Repeat.
How can online learning activities meet the effective domain learning?
Okay, thank you. It's very, online learning is not only not one aspect like lecture or instructor, but need also preparation from the student. Okay, online learning can happen if both of the lecturer or instructor and student have same time to have the tools or gadget for supporting their teaching and learning process. So it can happen, but also both of them have to have the property and supporting tools, okay, in making the teaching and learning happen. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's all for from Pak Abdul Rahman. Now, Bu Fahriani, we have one question from Bu Tuti from Elite Aceh. But actually, this question is not only for Bu Amalia, but also for all of you, Bu Fahri, and also Pak Alek. But I will ask this question later, ya, Pak Alek, ya.
Okay.
Bu Fahri, Bu Tuti is asking you to, would you mind to share your teaching experience during this pandemic, especially what is your favorite combination of e-learning that you are using right now? Is it, do you find it easier, fun, and effective? Which one, which technology or anything that you can share based on your experience, Ibu?
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Santi. Thank you, Bu Tuti, for your question. I will share my experience during teaching and learning in pandemic era that we use, Zoom and also Google Meet, WhatsApp, and sometimes also we use VN, in my class, VN. VN, and also that the obstacle, some student, there are also some student, because even in Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, our student is also come for all over in Indonesia. One of my student is stayed in Papua, in Irian. So when our mid test, she cannot join with our class. She cannot join. So I have to prepare special time for her, to get the mid test at the time.
Okay.
So as what Pak Willy shared with us this morning, that technology is help for the teaching and learning, but the most important one is the role of the teachers, and also what Pak Alex say, related to the Pak Abdul Rahman question, that values in our teaching, especially during the COVID or during e-learning today, that when we are going to make our class conducive, we have to make a special regulation for the course. Why? By giving some regulation, means that we also develop our students' behaviors. Suppose, for example, the class is started on 7:30. So all the students, must join before 7:30. So when 7:30, the class is started. That is my little experience, Bu Santi, when I covering my class during this pandemic era. Thank you, Bu Santi. Thank you, Bu Tuti, for your question.
Thank you, Bu Fahri. So you say that it needs regulation, yes? It needs regulation for the students. And what about the most preferable, what is that, technology that you say that you are using Google Classroom, and then you are also using Zoom?
Most of my class, I use Zoom meeting.
I see. And why is that, Bo? Why Zoom?
Zoom is free.
Zoom is free, yes.
For 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
Can I?
Only
40
for 40
minutes, it's
minutes,
free. Yeah. With other platforms, you can get maybe 1 hour or so. Can I just say something?
Yes, please.
Yes, I was interested in the question that was asked previously about the affective dimension of online learning.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make it a little bit broader. What is the most important thing that must happen in the classroom whether you are teaching online or offline. Now, here is my thing. The key word is engagement. Yeah. The key word here is engagement. Now, the standard, the point of reference is this. If you are able to engage your students, 90% of your students, 90% of the time, that means you can expect a lot of learning happening in the classroom. Okay. So this is called the 90-90 rule. So your job as a teacher is to try the best you can to engage 90% of the students 90% of the times. But how do you engage your students? And that's a big question. Can you engage them effectively? The answer is yes, but you need to go beyond that. For language learning, I think there are a few things that you need to remember. Number one, the language dimension should also be considered. In other words, the language should be interesting enough, should be engaging enough. The content should also be engaging enough from the cognitive dimension and also from the affective dimension. The tasks and the activities that you prepare, that you design for your students will also have to be cognitively engaging, and affectively engaging, and also socially engaging. So all this dimension will have to come into play, whether you are teaching online or offline. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whether you use Zoom or Google Classroom or whatever. It doesn't matter, actually. It's just a tool. What is important is the extent you are able to engage your students, most of your students, most of the time. Let me just give you an example. So what kind of classroom activity or a classroom lesson that is likely to be engaging? For example, in one of your lessons, you can prepare a reading passage that requires students to not just answer questions, but requires students to be thinking and to be involved in decision making. In other words, the reading passage will have to be like a problem that the students need to solve. If that happens, I think the students will be excited, they will be motivated, and they will be engaged in terms of their thinking, in terms of their feeling as well. Let me give you an example. For example, right now, the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine is now being tested. So you can give students a problem. Hey, here is a problem. There are 4 different types of vaccine, and each one has its pluses and minuses. So 4 different types of vaccine that have been developed. Yeah. And each one has its own pluses, benefits, and also disadvantages. So you present this to your students, and then you put your students in group, and they have to decide which of the 4 types of vaccine is likely to work best for Indonesia, big cities, small cities, and everything. If you have a task like this, I think the majority of your students will be, wow, the topic is relevant. Wow, the topic is not easy to answer, but if they work together, if they spend a bit more time thinking, they'll be able to find an answer. And there is not a one correct answer as well. So this is the kind of, reading, the kind of activities that are likely to engage the students, affectively, and also cognitively, and also socially, because they can't solve the problem by themselves. They have to work with other students, and they have to think a little bit. And the topic is relevant as well. That's why the affective dimension is strong as well. Because they feel that, wow, this is an important topic for me and for people in my neighborhood. So they will really be spending time thinking, questioning, and making suggestions, and many of these thinking activities in the process. So again, that is something that is important. The keyword is engagement. We need to engage the students behaviorally, cognitively, emotionally, and also socially. Whether you teach online or offline, these ideas, I think, equally apply.
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Willy. Okay. Let me ask question to Ibu Amalia. Ibu Amalia, are you here, Ibu?
I'm here.
Ibu Amalia?
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yes. Would you kindly share your experience, Ibu? It is still related to Ibu Tuti's questions because it is not only for you or Bu Fahri or Pa Alex. So would you
Yeah.
kindly share your experience, Ibu? Time is yours.
Last semester, I just finished my studies. So when I came back, I directly taught. So it was quite surprising for me because the sudden change of the situation. So I just had 4 meetings, and after that, it directly went online. So first of all, I made a WhatsApp group consisting of my students and me. And after that, I directly gave them the Google Meet, the Google Classroom link, so they could get the material from there. Because before, I usually do the video meeting every once in 2 meetings. So before I conducted the video meetings, I gave them the materials the night or 2 nights before, so they could read the materials. So when we had the video meeting, they could directly engage to the things that I gave. And meanwhile, for the mid test and also final test, I use Moodle because I could not use Google Form, because I think that is one weakness of Google Form. In Moodle, we can set the time given. We can set the time for 1 hour or 2 hours for the students to the test. Meanwhile, the length of the test could be like 5 or 6 hours. So students can choose between which time they are going to use to conduct the test. Meanwhile, for Google Form, it's quite hard to set the time. So I used 3 online platforms last semester. Okay, that's
So
my experience.
your experience. So you combine it with
Yeah,
you combine some
with
yes.
yeah 3 online platforms.
All right. Thank you,
Okay,
Bu. We still have
thank you.
time, so I'm going to read the next question. We still from Ibu. Hang on. From Ibu Yulnetre. I believe for Ibu Amalia first, okay? How to apply small group discussion in online teaching? Would it be possible to have an online to small group discussion in online teaching, Ibu? Do you think?
I didn't have the online discussion or small group discussion on my online meeting, because because the things that I taught did not require the students to have that kind of discussion. So, but for the social interaction, of course, they can like they could talk to their friends before the meeting starts or something like that. So I didn't have the chance to have the small group discussion last semester.
But do you think it's possible to have small group discussion, for example, using application?
Yes, I think it will be possible. Here in Zoom, we can have maybe for the students who are going to talk, they are going to present some materials. We can have their mics on. Meanwhile, the other we should mute the mic, so they could focus on the persons who are talking. So I think it's possible to do that
Yes.
in video meeting. Yeah.
It is possible, yeah. We can
Yes.
move them to smaller group. Thank you, Bu
Yeah, we
Amalia.
can make it.
Ibu Fahri, yeah, would you kindly answer the question, Ibu? Would it be possible to have a small group discussion in online classes?
Yes, of course, it is possible, Bu Santi, ya. By using WhatsApp group, ya, that I did last semester. That time that the student, ya, I divided the student into some small discussion group, ya. And sometimes we also making a focus group discussion, especially for the topic that they have to discuss, or they need more explanation about the topic that I present. Yeah, of course it is possible. Yeah, I did
It is
it.
possible, yeah, Ibu, yeah?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Thank you very much. And then Pak Alek, yeah, we have question for you, Pak, from, I'm sorry, this is Bapak Bapak, yes, Bapak Melaku Bayu Worki.
Okay,
And
most welcome.
yes, the question is, how can we apply active teaching methods on online learning and teaching?
Okay, thank you. Super mantul and super question this one. Okay, how to make online learning active? Okay, first of all, I think the teacher or instructor or lecturer should make sure that all participants or students have same connection and synchronize at the same time. And sometimes it make active learning on online learning. I think, okay, we have to make adjustment, time adjustment. All the students make sure and understand, and they have known that they have time time to follow and to keep in touch or engage in the activity of online learning. If some or more of the student not same understanding about the situation, the teaching and learning will go wrong and not successful, I think. Okay. I think that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we have a very interesting discussion, Bapak Ibu, but I'm afraid we have very limited time, and I'm afraid we have to close this session. Let's close this session by reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. But Bapak Ibu, could you please activate your video because we are going to have the photo session. Photo time, Bapak Ibu. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next.
Change the style.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. We have 5 windows here, Bapak Ibu.
Nice.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next. I'm afraid the next window are many people are not active. Okay, but let me take it. 1, 2, 3. All right. Wow. Bapak Ibu, well, that would be all for today's or this session for this morning. And we would like to say thank you to Ibu Amalia and then Pak Alek as well as Ibu Fahriani and also Prof. John Mason and also Pak Willy. Pak Willy is already having another meeting. Okay, so we would like to remind you, Bapak Ibu, if you are interested, you can participate in Elite Association. If you pay attention to the chat box, we have already informed you the link in order to join the Elite Association. Well, that would be all for me. And then I'm going to close this. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bu Santi, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bu
Pak Alex,
Santi.
Bu Amalia, Bu Fahriani, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President.
Thank you so much.
We have to join at 1 o'clock.
That's right, Bu Faryani. Thank you so much. Thank you.
See you at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Ibu Santi Erliana, I'm from Madi, from Riau. Actually, I have a question. I'm a lecturer of Arabic. I'm teaching Arabic, not English. But I want to join this elite. Can I?
Of course, Pak. Of course.
Okay.
Sure.
Sometimes I also teach English as a postgraduate study.
MashaAllah.
I will try to fill the form. Thank you.
Welcome, Pak.
Thank you, Bu Santi.
Most welcome, I think, okay.
Okay.
Ismail Wiki also not English teacher, if I don't mistaken. He is an Arabic lecturer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Pak Promadi.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
yeah, it is not limited for English only, Pak. Prof. Ismail Weke is Arabic lecturer, but he is also interested to join elite, and he is one of the, we can
Board
say,
member.
people.
I have a friend here, Mr. Besral from Bin Padang. Assalamualaikum, Pak Besral.
Pak Besral, apa kabar Pak Besral? How are you?
Pak Besral.
Yeah, he's teaching English. Bin Padang.
Besral, how are you?
Pak Besral, disapa Bunda Faryani, Pak.
Pak Besral, how are you?
Tekan mikrofonnya, Pak Besral.
Pak Besral, itu Pak. Suaranya, Pak. Di-unmute dulu, Pak.
Pak Besral mikrofonnya yang merah.
Pak.
Yang sebelah kiri.
Sebelah kiri, Bapak.
Kiri. Ya.
Ya udah, Pak Prom.
Ya. Salam Pak Bes.
Akhirnya ketemu juga.
Mantul Pak Besral.
Oke, Pak Alek.
Pak Alek, kenalan Pak Alek. Saya Promadi dari Riau, Pak Alek.
Apa kabar Pak Promadi?
Sehat. Ini Bu satu ini.
Terima kasih sudah bergabung, Pak.
Terima kasih.
Luar biasa Pak Promadi. Terima kasih sudah bergabung ya Pak.
Terima kasih Bu Santi.
Welcome to our elite Pak Prom.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Bu Likes. Ya. Saya dikasih tahu Ibu Maimunah dari UIN Palembang karena sama mengikuti workshop in teaching in higher education dengan Pak Desta.
Betul Pak.
Luar biasa.
Ya.
Sampai Tom, Prof.
Oke.
Pak Ibu, nanti siap-siap untuk menuju. There are 4 rooms in here. This is room 1, and there are still